So, because you can say, okay, why does this happen now and not 2 years from now or 2 years ago? I mean, why does an idea suddenly become policy? So policy entrepreneurs are those very instrumental actors that couple streams when a window of opportunity opens or when they create a window of opportunity. A quick slide to show you here what do they do? What are these people? This is, I have the references at the end of this. This is an article from 2019. Policy entrepreneurs have certain attributes that can be nurtured, like ambition, credibility, tenacity. They have skills that can be learned, like strategic thinking or networking. And we can observe them through the strategies that they deploy. They frame problems, they expand networks, they use them, they make coalitions, they lead by example, and they scale up processes from small change to bigger one. You can see that from the strategies, for example, there is also overlap with leaders, and that has been a problem in the literature. How can you tell leaders from entrepreneurs, and vice versa? So what we are also talking about here, if we start from the market, we start from the market, there is entrepreneurs because they reach out and they are alert to opportunities, and there are also entrepreneurs, like the guy on the left, presumably, that is an entrepreneur, that is, he has his own business, because of necessity, because there is no other choice. So we use this idea in these elements, this idea of policy entrepreneurship by necessity, because somebody's forced and they have no choice but to act entrepreneurially, or policy entrepreneur because somebody acts entrepreneurially because there are large opportunities. And we try to play with this distinction in crisis policy making. Really quickly here, crises have been around in political science for a long time, but in terms of crisis management literature, we understand them to be a threat, and a threat to our systems, the basic structures and values of our system. There is an implicit time pressure, and there is also uncertainty, but then somebody has to make a decision. So all of these elements create for a compressed, truncated decision-making, policy decision-making. And of course, crisis has focusing events. This is part of the multiple streams. I'm sure Nico can talk about this. If you have any questions about this idea that trying to focus the attention of policymakers and then precipitate change. In the interest of time, I will just focus on just two things that we do in this book. We do other stuff as well, but what we are trying, we're trying to create a typology of, like I said, of policy outcomes and what happens when we have proactive or reactive policy entrepreneurs, that is entrepreneurs who act out of necessity or out of opportunity. And what happens when they emerge in fast-burning or creeping crises. A fast-burning crisis is what you expect the crisis to be, I don't know, like 9/11 or something. Even though you can argue that was not fast-burning, but again, like a huge accident that creates a crisis, and then there is a sharp finish, give or take. Creeping crises are those that go on for a long time, nobody's seeing what's happening, and then there are peaks, but it is like, it is a very slow process on those crises are unfolding. Climate change is a very good example of those. So what we were saying is that policy entrepreneurs have challenges in times of crisis. They have to figure out, as Boyd put it, what the hell is going on, and that is sense making. They have to create narratives, persuading narratives for policymakers, that's meaning making. They have to be able to work with coalitions in the politics of governance, crisis governance, and they have to also upscale and coordinate innovation. So something that happens at the local level can be upscaled at the national level. In this book, we looked at case studies, fast-burning crises were the 9/11 attacks, the South Indian Ocean tsunami, but I cannot speak this morning, tsunami, the 2014 forest fires in Sweden, and then in terms of creeping crises, we look at the Greek sovereign debt crisis, COVID-19 pandemic in the US context, and the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So what we're saying is this. If we have entrepreneurs, reactive policy entrepreneurs, those that act out of necessity in a fast-burning crisis, then those crises create conditions of necessity. Much like the market, we do not expect dynamic change, policy change in this situation. We are not expecting innovation, and we expect that the strategy of using and expanding networks to be prominent in this search for a satisfying solution. So no dynamic changes here. But if we have proactive entrepreneurs emerging in a fast-growing crisis, those crises can act as opportunity. So in contrast to this crisis, you can see you can have dynamic change because crisis are seen as an opportunity. This is an entrepreneur that wanted to push something through, and the crisis created an opportunity. Creeping crisis and proactive entrepreneurship, these are crises as normal policy making. So something's happening, sort of slow burning, and proactive entrepreneurs see opportunities when it spikes to push something through. So this resembles crisis policy making, rather normal policy making. And if we have a reactive policy entrepreneur and a creeping crisis, then crises are normal policy making and then punctuate with conditions of necessity. If something happens in this crisis, if, for example, there is large forest fires, but those are seen as part of climate change, then those act as conditions of necessity that can push policy through. So, these are my references, and I will stop sharing. It's hard to condense 30,000 words in 10 minutes, but there you have it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You can understand you're going to be with us for...
No, I have a project meeting. I have told Alexandra that I cannot shift, so I have to go. I'm really sorry.
Okay.
But I really appreciate the fact that I got to show this to you, and Nikos can deal with the questions if that's okay afterwards.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, I apologize. Thanks.
I'm not sure whether we go with how things are appearing the way people are really listed here. Professor Crises.
No, he cancelled at the last minute. He had health.
Okay.
Due to health reasons.
So we move on to Professor Hipaldo. The next presentation.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much having
This is actually more.
Now I feel like I'm Okay. So again, thank you very much for having us here. Unfortunately, my co-authors couldn't make it from Barcelona, and I wasn't aware that we had a Zoom connection. I just I think it's probably in Barcelona right now. I'm going to present you our work in progress on the far right and the environment in Southern Europe. Our background is from political science, and I'm specializing on the influence of far-right partisan movement, and primarily in foreign policy, but now we're into environmental policy as well, with my work with Kapodistrian. So this is like a little introduction to let you know that I'm not going to go into details on the environmental stuff, but more from a political science perspective about how this far-right actors perceive environment and what's going on. So a few words about what drove us to do this research. Well, of course, as most of you probably know, during the last Greek election, there were not one, but 3 far-right parties that entered the Greek parliament. So that made us wonder whether far-right parties within the same context, in the same country, developed similar environmental policies. Of course, this was our first question. Then, since the moment that we sent our abstract, our research has developed a little bit, and we brought a comparative perspective between Greece and Spain, and we were wondering what are the similarities among far-right parties within the similar context of Southern Europe. And again, which general trends we can distinguish and what are the lessons that we can draw in this initial stage of our research. Let me tell you some things about, well, the theoretical background. While you see these beautiful pictures, I'll come to them. We noticed that far-right parties are moving away from what is called ecofascism. Ecofascism is a political ideology that combines elements of environmentalism with authoritarianism, nationalism, and often racism. In a nutshell, ecofascists believe in the supremacy of a particular race or nation, and they advocate for using an authoritarian measures and authoritarian control to protect the environment, often at the expense of human rights and individual freedoms. If you have questions, feel free to interrupt me during the presentation, or if you cannot hear me all right, I can read it. Since we're on the environmental panel, you should notice that it's good not to use plastic. That's fancy. So ecofascists advocate for things like population control, eugenics, extermination of certain ethnic or cultural groups in the name of environmental preservation, right? Furthermore, we also notice that far-right parties present a varied landscape of ecological narratives, as I will show you. And they share the characteristics of inversion. Inversion is when you see things upside down. For instance, far-right parties say that they support real ecology against the presumably false ecology of left groups, environmentalists, green parties. So for far-right parties, all this, who we know that protect the environment, are seen as false. Therefore, we're calling this like an inversion, the way like it's a lens that makes far parties see themselves as the good, the protectors of the environment. So this is the environment. So let me go now to the actors. On your left, you have Spain's far-right party Vox and its leader, Santiago Abascal. It is a spin-off party of the center-right People's Party. It capitalized the wave of Spanish nationalism in the mid-2010s as a response to the Catalan separatist movement. And in the 2018-2019 electoral cycle, it managed to have significant electoral victories. It entered the parliament in the 2019 general election with a little bit more than 10% and 26 deputies. And it was a key political player in the government of the Popular Party and the coalition of the Popular Party and the Citizens in 2019. So, in Greece, we have three parties. I will start from Velopoulos on the top, the Greek solution. That's his second time in the parliament. He's a veteran compared to the rest. Greek solution amalgamates conspiracy theories with national populism. And Velopoulos, you probably know, is a telemarketing shows entertainer with an ability to sell and to express nationalist discourse. So if we should characterize his party as a party with strong anti-immigrant and Islamophobic stances. Right, he personally stated that he would like to attract Golden Dome voters, but is against that very Nazi stuff. Then you have Victory, the theologian Niki, the theologian Dimitris Natsios, also presenter of the religious TV station 4E in northern Greece. He entered for the first time the Greek parliament in 2023 with 3.7%. And his party is a patriotic party that belongs, as he proclaims, neither to the right nor the left, but forwards. So it pivots Greek tradition and Christian Orthodox religion. And we have the Spartans, Stigas. This is the party that is closest ideologically to Golden Dome. And it has also close ties with high-ranked members of Golden Dome. Stigas is a self-declared national patriot, also a TV host a TV show host for a short amount of time for the nationalist program Epanellinisi of Plevri's grandfather. So his party was founded in 2017, but it became known when Kassidiaris embraced it and openly supported it from his cell in Domokos prison for the last elections. And it came fifth with 4.68% of the vote. He won 12 seats. Okay, it's clearly not the immigration party. So this and the background so that you know what we're talking about. I will first speak a little bit about what Vox is doing as far as ecology is concerned, and then I will go to our parties. So Vox advocates what they proclaim as a real ecology, ecologia real, by inverting, as I explained previously, key societal codes such as real, false, democratic, totalitarian, honest, hypocritical, freedom of pressure. And of course, it presents that Vox is the real party that advocates real green change, asks for freedom against the repression of the oligarchies and the elites from outside the European Union, and the adversaries of Spain. Championing, the party is supposed to champion is against the supposedly ecological religion and the dogma, meaning an alleged blend of the left, European and global elites that supposedly impose a fabricated authoritarian environmental agenda. Its eco-narrative is a fusion of biopolitical imagination and national populism. The national populist tenets, for instance, are this mythical struggle between the righteous and the good people that represent the nation against the evil elites that represent the enemy, the treason pact of the left against Vox's patriotic perspective, the disintegration of Spain against the survival of the homeland, so this kind of things. Whereas the enemy are degrowth activists, the feminists, Catalan independentists, the United Nations, China. So a sort of global environmental consensus that is nothing but a sect, according to Vox. Okay, the proposals of Vox are more or less a blend of ecological modernization with traditionalist conservation postures. I will give you two examples. One is from the water sector. They advocate river transfers, constructions of reservoirs and dams to supply water to privileged uses like agriculture and hydroelectric companies. And in the energy sector, they call for energy sovereignty, the defense of nuclear plants, and deregulation to attract foreign investment and small photovoltaic electricity generation to preserve rural landscapes. So this is some of its proposals. Now let's come to ours. I will start with the Spartans, and I would say that these parties are come against, they are like a variation. The Spartans are a variation of Golden Dawn's eco-fascist, but they're not eco-fascist parties, like, we get the issue. So the only party that is close to what is called eco-fascism was Golden Dawn, because it was linking nature to race. So it was like soil and blood was connected to Golden Dawn's imaginary. Now, in the post-Golden Dawn world, Spartans that are closer to them, they are denials of climate change, but occasional denials. And they do push forward policies that undermine substantive environmentalism, despite the fact that they say that they say that they're in favor of the environment, but their policies actually undermine environmentalism. Their leader, for instance, said that climate changes as it always had, so it's nothing new about it, and that the journalists are instilling fear to people. And of course, he's making lots of references to conspiracy theories about the world elites that guide the governmental puppets and that have created the term perma-crisis to scare people off. This is all according to me, right? So, Spartans also accuse the government of blaming climate change to waive its responsibilities for both the wildfires of summer 2023 and the floods in autumn 2023. In the field of energy, Spartans say that Greece should use its lignite sources and disregard the EU directive to shut them down by 2027. Greece can only transition to Greek economy to grow green energy after ensuring self-sufficiency. Let's go to Greek solution. It has a similar denial stance as the Spartans. It undermines the Green Deal policies And the energy sector, Greek solution advocates for the operation of lignite energy production units until 2038, gradually replacing them with modern natural gas units to achieve energy independence again. And it pursues to extract natural gas and oil in Greece, following, as Valopoulos says, Norway's example. He wants Greece to become a Norway that connects gas and oil to wages and pensions. And finally, victory. For victory, nature is God's creation and behaves with and people should behave with self-sacrifice and selflessness towards nature, animals, and plants. Again, it's a denialist towards climate change. All three parties also are anti-vaccine or vaccine skeptics, but we don't touch this issue here. One article in Victory's homepage reads that the release of CO2 through the use of fossil fuels enables humanity to increase the concentration of this beneficial particle and may prevent a real climate apocalypse. Quote unquote. I thought it would be interesting to quote here. So, in terms of energy policy, Victory condemns the government for exclusively serving Brussels' aims with its national plan for energy and the climate, and it demands immediate extraction of oil from the Aegean Sea, and of course the continuous extraction of lignite until the exhaustion of the reserve, and after this the promotion of renewable energy sources. Okay, now here I have I made a table that show us what the electoral programs of the three parties show us. They're here, but also below for the sake of comparison. The populist dimension of all of the parties is in here because they think that the real responsibles for this climate disaster are actually, Golden Dawn was saying the Zionists and the multinationals, but the other three parties are not very far. So they said the Brussels, the journalists, the world elite, or the financial elite. So to this extent, they are close. Each one has thought about different solutions how to combat energy emergency in Greece, but I have to say that their proposal is not developed at all. So especially when compared to Vox, and this is like what the interest part starts, is that the Greek far parties are left behind in the field of environment, which is something to think about. So why is this happening? And how was it that Vox so fast took advantage of the gap in the demand for environmental solutions that the Greek public showed, whereas the Greek far-right parties didn't, despite of the fact that I think it was like 85% of Greeks who are worried about climate change, according to recent survey. Now, some points of congruence between the Spanish and the Greek far-right are the national populist tenets, so the good people versus the evil elite. In the energy sector, they advocate, all parties, both in Greece and in Spain, they advocate energy sovereignty through either nuclear plants or lignite production units. And this means that they allow, or they're looking forward to a heavy human involvement, either through river transfer or the extraction of natural resources. So this means that they see nature through an anthropocentric lens, that it is either as a natural resource or a commercial good. And I will stop. Yeah, for instance, Abascal even wrote an introduction to the translation of the book called Green Philosophy, and was proudly, circulating the photo of his that you see before the horses and all this connection to nature. So he's doing very, very, I wouldn't say aggressive, but yeah, convincing campaign regarding the environment. And this, they have been doing that thing since years. So let me share some thoughts about where we're heading next. My co-author Camille, in one of his latest pieces, noticed the reverse contamination effects that center-right parties have on far-right parties. Like so far, scholars of the far right are trying to find how far-right parties influence different policies of the center parties in different domains. However, in the domain of the environment, we can see a reverse contamination effect. That means that the center-right party has instead contaminated the far-right party in Spain, right? And this is here in blue. This is the Partido Popular Party, the center-right party, like Cuban democracy. Here is Vox, right? So they introduced the debate since the late 2010s. Now, when we come to Greece, we could say in the green line is New Democracy, and here you see Golden Dawn, Independent Greeks, Green Solution. I believe that there is evidence here that something similar may be happening in Greece. I would very much like to hear your opinions about it, because right now I'm going to leave it here with some food for thought, and I'm welcoming your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening indeed. And I assume Dr. Halabopoulos is not with us. Not here. Okay. So 3 out of 5. Okay, so we may proceed with Professor Frankova. You see with us? Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, great. Can we so, you get rid of the PowerPoint, you can upload it.
Yes, please.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, okay, and you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good. Good morning again. Glad to be with you today, although in that indirect way. But as we all know, the circumstances are stronger than anger, according to the Chinese proverb, to say nothing about ordinary university professors. However, I wanted to be with you and to share some thoughts about latest management of crisis in Bulgaria. Maybe you will be interested. But first of all, happy Grandma Marta. I believe the audience is well acquainted with this old Bulgarian tradition. On 1st of March and during the whole March, we wish all our friends, colleagues, relatives, happy Grandma Marta with best wishes for luck and health. So this is my Martinsa for you. And again, happy International Women's Day. We should not forget this also. It's a good occasion for congratulations, presents, etc., etc. But Now back to the main business. I would like to start to pay due respect on Its Excellency the Constitution. Why, you will understand a little bit later. Now, this is, you see, I believe, the first Bulgarian constitution. You see from the previous century, and the last Bulgarian constitution, which will be the subject of debate. And now, the real story starts here, with some small background information. But I should say that in recent years, Bulgarian society has experienced many crises, as many other societies, and to the global economic, migrant and health crisis should be added the political crisis in Bulgaria related to long-lasting interinstitutional problems in the functioning of democratic governance, problems in the judiciary, problems enough. But what happened and what is unique for Bulgaria? During the last 3 years we had 5 parliamentary elections. And this is a clear proof, in my opinion, for the numerous turbulences and the sign of a lack of stability in the state. And during several of the last election campaigns, the current constitution, so far revised by the way 7 times, was the subject of a heated debate, and the necessary changes were seen as a panacea for all unresolved issues. Can you imagine? But going back deep, you will understand this position. A characteristic part of the Bulgarian mentality is that we always look for the reason, for the excuse, the explanation of any situation in the law and even in the constitution. The Bulgarian is only sometimes one of the most abiding citizens, but nevertheless both ordinary people and the ruling establishment massively hypertrophy the importance of legal regulation. Every single reform in Bulgaria begins and sometimes ends with changes in the legislation. It seems that Bulgarian democracy is primarily expressed with the organization of elections and sometimes not so democratic and even less deliberative adoption of laws. Recently, even the constitution, as I mentioned, has been more audaciously encroached upon. Few words about the latest development as promised. At the end of last year, 2 days before Christmas, the ruling majority in the parliament, characterized by efficient representation of confidence, passed the last changes to the constitutions. And they are primarily concerned with the following: a structural reform of the judiciary, a reform of the prosecutor's office, innovations regarding a caretaker cabinet, and the rights of citizens. Few words for each segment. The structural reform of the judiciary found expression above all in the restructuring of the Supreme Judicial Council, which is the executive body of the judiciary in Bulgaria. And it was divided into the High Judicial Council and the High Prosecutorial Council. The way the constitution was changed was publicly defined as a quota gain, a reduction and transformation of the parliamentary quota into a public quota. Some other organizational changes were also introduced, I say, in mandates, appointment of senior positions, way of functioning of the council, etc., etc. There was also a reform of the prosecutor's office, and the mechanism for investigating the prosecutor general required by Bulgaria from European institutions and previously adopted by law was constitutionally regulated. And finally, by the way, for a committed crime of a general nature, the prosecutor general or his deputy is investigated. The charge is maintained before the court by a prosecutor who in fact is a judge, or with the rank of the judge in the Supreme Court of Cassation, so-called ad hoc prosecutor. Also, part of the reform was the shortening of the mandate of the prosecutor general, general supervision, which the prosecutor general exercised as to legality and of everything in Bulgaria, and the methodological guidance regarding the work of all prosecutors have fallen away because Bulgaria was severely criticized for this supervision, leading to an over-concentration of power in the institution of the prosecutor general. That is why, with the reform, it was intended to focus only on the functions in the criminal proceedings, and the prosecution office should not be anymore a repressive tool against business and other political opponents. Next, there were some changes related to appointment of the caretaker cabinet. In short, the president's powers were limited, and above all, his discretion in appointing a caretaker government. We have adopted the Greek model. Thank you, dear colleagues and neighbors. Nowadays, a caretaker prime minister is appointed from some senior important people in Bulgaria, like the Speaker of the National Assembly, Governor or Deputy Governor of the Bulgarian National Bank, Chairman or Deputy Chairman of the Audit Chamber, and the Ombudsman or his deputy. And finally, the reform was related also to the right of citizens, and especially, I should point this, election of a national representative. And nowadays, to make the long story short, I should say that it is allowed every Bulgarian citizen who has another citizenship also to be elected as a national representative if he has lived in the country for the last 18 months. Of course, he should be 21 years of age, not interdicted, should not serve a custodial sentence. It was the previous regulation. But nowadays, we open the door very much for our, people abroad. And the argument was that in that way, we provide additional guarantees, we eliminate discrimination against Bulgarian citizens who are citizens of other countries to be elected to high positions of ministers, prime ministers, etc. And the Bulgarian community abroad should be represented in the country political life. Arguments enough, I should say. Also, we adopted indirected constitutional appeal finally, although it should be a direct constitutional appeal, but according to the Bulgarian model, because we always change something, any court, at the request of a party to the case or on its own initiative, may refer to the Constitutional Court with an appeal to establish a discrepancy between the law applicable to the specific case and the Constitution. So far, so good. But a few words about the first responses. Many of these changes were not well communicated and have been received extremely controversially. This satisfaction was expressed by several institutions, political parties, academia, broad social strata. They provoked street protests, requests were submitted to the Constitutional Court to establish the unconstitutionality of the number of the text from the law on the amendments and supplements to the constitutions. Can you imagine? And the Parliament itself, in one of its first adopted laws this year, provided suspension of some texts of the Constitution which had been adopted in December last year. For example, revised the supervision of legality carried out by the Prosecutor General, cancelled temporarily the new structure of the Supreme Judicial Council, etc., etc. This in turn caused a veto by the president, who with strong argument managed to convince the parliament that these new decisions need to be reconsidered. And finally, they were. There was no automatic or at least rapid change in the judicial system, and it is not possible, of course. The Prosecutor General's investigative mechanism didn't work well initially on procedural grounds, and the first investigative ad hoc prosecutor made a very slow start. The judicial system in Bulgaria continues to be shaken by scandals, resignation, and letter disclosure. And the last one from February, by Greek businessman, by the way, is still in full swing. Instead of conclusion, I should say that what we achieved, it was a clear ratio ictus. Despite significant recent changes in the legislation and even in the constitution, the expected results didn't occur in Bulgaria so far. On the other hand, legal security and stability are deeply damaged. This in turn is a prerequisite, in my opinion, for new internal problems. And here, I think it's the most important part. A definitive answer has not yet been given to whether the constitutional amendments would resolve all crises, or they are only one stage, a necessary but insufficient condition for solving fundamental problems of the functioning of the state and our European integration. However, I think it is self-understandable. Action is needed at other levels as well. Simply, constitutional amendments are not enough. This I would like to repeat as a faculty member of the Center for Research on Law and Democracy. I would like to thank you for being part of this conference and to thank you for your kind attention. That's all.
Good. Thank you so much. According to the program, we have about 15 to 20 minutes for discussion. So, the usual prerogative of certain panel. I was wondering, based on the last presentation, I was wondering how this might instill into the first statement regarding policy interpretation of crisis and policy change by asking the question what kind, and this is probably addressed to Professor Zachariadis, what kind of crisis you have provided us with two particular notions of crisis, fast learning and reading ones. So the question is, what kind of crisis, either fast learning or reading ones, can constitutional amendments resolve? By limiting the presentation, I was wondering whether this is an issue of importance, any kind of question that might be introduced in the concept you have provided us with.
Right. First, thank you for the question. It's actually an interesting question. We didn't really think about, when we were thinking about crises, we weren't thinking about constitutional crises. And definitely that's something that, I have to think on the fly right now to respond to what you said. We had very different kinds of crises in mind. But I would imagine a constitutional crisis will be one of those slow burning, if you'd like, or creeping crisis, meaning that it's over time. The problems with the Constitution tend to be long-term problems. You don't discover them overnight, and certainly they're not something that you can deal with overnight. What we were thinking of doing, and this is something that's actually interesting in sort of the Bulgarian case, to think of what role do policy entrepreneurs play when these crises occur, and can they bring about change? And the argument that we made in that particular manuscript is that they can, under certain conditions. We try to specify the conditions. Some of them being conditions of access, resources, and they almost always tend to be elite driven rather than popular, bottom up rather than top down rather than bottom up types of solutions. Beyond that, I'm not sure how I would answer. I would have to think about it more. But it's an interesting question. We were not thinking at all about constitutional crises. Perhaps the Bulgarian colleague may have something to say about that.
I'm not sure what is. Can you hear us, Professor Sankova? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the first presentation, particularly the notions of fast-burning and creeping crisis, and how this might be introduced to your study on the Bulgarian case regarding constitutional amendments as a resolution to crisis. So we have had a discussion about two different types of crises, creeping ones and fast-burning ones. Okay. Which might somehow facilitate your thinking about how you might introduce it to the Bulgarian case.
At that moment, I do not have a definitive answer, because Bulgarian crises, as I already mentioned, are unique. They could not be repeated anywhere, and we cannot solve, we can use already solutions. So I would refrain to give a definitive answer to this question at that moment, because first of all, I am a lawyer, and I'm dealing with pure legislation, more or less, and not so much with the management of the crisis. But I wanted only to suggest that this is our Bulgarian way to resolve all crises with changing of the legislation. In my opinion, it's not efficient. And I'm ready, I personally, as a scholar, I'm ready to reconsider and to offer, in fact, in many of course, any other approaches to resolving crisis instead of our most used and not efficient enough approach. So that's why I'm here in this conference and to listen to your presentations. They are, by the way, I have not followed all of them, unfortunately, but what I have followed are of interest, and I will take note of this, but at that moment I would like to say the final say.
Thank you very much. If I may, one more question to Sophia. Obviously, it seems that obviously both Vox and the Greek far-right parties do not really go green, right? But I found particularly interesting the way the notion of sovereignty is being interpreted and linked to energy issues. Obviously, sovereignty is probably the most crucial, necessary, or whatever we call it, element in nations ideology. So, I was wondering whether you can somehow elaborate on this issue.
Can I add a question which is related? First of all, I would like to thank Sophia for this excellent presentation. And well, as you said, all far-right parties, especially in the case of Greece, they advocate national sovereignty, exploitation of national resources. But well, my question is that, okay, we do have lignite, which is not of good quality. We are searching for gas and oil, we don't have them yet. But we do have wind and sun, so renewables. So how do you explain the insistence on fossil fuels in particular, and not on renewables?
With a lignite or nuclear plants, right?
Nuclear
There
in
was-
Spain.
Yeah,
In Spain. They can- Okay, thank you for your questions. So let's don't forget that far-right parties are mono-issue parties. Their major answer to everything is the nation. So I believe this is the background, and through this prism they're trying to explain everything and now open it up to ecology. About sovereignty, right? So again, the nation, it has to be strong, whatever this represents, also mythical. As you can see, they make also this mythical names, the Spartans too. Spartans, Vox also came out with Vox. It had this clip of linking Abascal to Aragorn in one of the first clips that they had like 5-6 years ago on the horse riding in order to free Spain and all that. So they also began to make this kind of connections. Why sovereignty? Yes, because again, when those parties came up, that was in the 90s with Le Pen dad in France, who was like the first populist foreign party that made it to the parliament and opened the way, and was mimeticized from many other foreign parties. And their answer was to everything is the nation. We can beat everything by proposing a national economy, no immigration because we want to protect the nation, tradition, national culture, all this stuff. So now I believe it is their way, because exactly they see everything, the solution that they offer is through the prism of nationalism. Their response to climate change and to ecology is national ecology again. So there you go. And why not renewables? Yeah, that's very interesting. I was thinking about the same. It's only one of those, I think it was Velopius maybe, who did mention solar energy above all as a solution. I have no answer, and I was very much surprised why it didn't propose the obvious. I believe because they have also, there is this debate on Greece having this unending source of oil and gas, but it's the world elites that don't allow the Greeks to make use of them and all that. So because they're into conspiracy theories, and probably they promote, this is my case, but they're promoting also this argument that Greece has already its lignite source, as Spain has its nuclear plants.
Okay, so now we will proceed with our keynote speech for today. With Professor Crises. I am truly honored to be a discussant with such a prominent academic. Huge CV. I'm going to keep it to a minimum so we can enjoy the very attractively titled keynote speech, which I'm sure is going to be very interesting. Professor Nicholas Zachariadis is a native of Greece, actually a native of Thessaloniki, and actually an alumni of the same high school we are, right? With a few years apart of graduation. He's been living in the United States for over 40 years. All his degrees are from there, and he was from, I think, lecturer to full professor at the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and he's currently a professor of international studies and the Mercury Bachman Chair at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee. Aside from that, we are truly happy, I'm sure, to speak for Professor Papadopoulos as well. He's one of the inaugural members of the Center for Research on Democracy and Law of the University of Macedonia, and he has been actively participating in research. I'm also very proud to say that we have co-authored a number of academic articles, particularly in public policy and COVID-19. Professor Zachariadis' expertise is on public policy with a focus on EU and policy analysis. He has held also numerous other academic positions, including as visiting professor at Sciences at Grenoble, and he has been, among others, a Fulbright Fellow and an ESRC Fellow as well. His latest book, co-authored with Rob DeLeo and Raymond Soltman-Heller, is titled Multiple Streams and Policy Ambiguity, published by Cambridge University Press. His keynote speech is all I needed to know about responding to crises. I learned from Joss. He did email me his PowerPoint, but as I promised, I haven't opened it. So I'll be witness as well to the keynote speech with you all. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Alex, and thank you all for coming. You will have to permit me one thing. I'll take my glasses off. It means that I can't see you. On the other hand, I'm better looking without them. So there you go. It's a small price to pay for being good looking. When I was asked to give this speech, I was thinking about, what should I do, and what kind of thing might interest people. So I decided to do something that that's on my mind, to try to connect crises and my interest in public policy more generally to pop culture. Because I thought that this type of thing sells, or at least connects well with students. And the problem is, of course, that the kind of pop culture that I know, most of my students don't. It's ancient. But that's all I know, so that's all I'm going to do. And hopefully some of you will stay with me and see what I mean. So, with further ado, by the way, the movie Jaws, so that you know, was made in 1975. It actually came out in 75. It was filmed in 74, right when Watergate was hitting. So it came out right after Watergate. And what I'm going to do is draw lessons regarding policy responses. How do you respond to a crisis when it hits you, and what do you do about it? So I'm going to draw the lessons from it to create more effective and efficient crisis management. Now, what kind of crisis was it? It was about a shark who was eating people, and the movie sort of walks us through what was going on and how they eventually responded to it. You'll find out that in movies, of course, especially Hollywood, you always have a hero, you have the villains, etc., etc. Nevertheless, in real life, that doesn't normally happen. They're all villains. There are no heroes. I'm sorry, bursting bubbles here. But there are, as I told my daughter about this, it has come out over and over again on late night TV. So one time I saw it, I thought, wow, we gotta watch this. It's a great film. It scared the daylights out of me. I will be the first one to admit I was fortunate enough to watch it when it first came out. Yes, I am ancient, I understand that too. And I haven't gone to the water the same ever since. I promise you I haven't. She looked at me and said, "That thing scared you? That plastic thing that looks so fake scared the daylights out of you?" And I said, "Yes, you won't believe it. Because it's the psychology behind it. It's not the special effects. I don't care. Yeah, I can see the special effects. But the more important thing is I've been thinking about all of this stuff, and I thought, well, it gives me lessons. Actually, the scenario is far better than I originally thought. So initially it was about the shark area. Now, the more I think about it, it's about how do you structure the response, and can you sort of extrapolate from it and come up with responses. And given the fact that the COVID crisis has sort of helped us through crisis understand, oh, we got crisis, we got to respond. And I thought about the film, and I thought about, well, what does it tell me, and how can I learn more? Much to my surprise, it tells me a whole lot. Everything, actually, I know about crisis. I can see it in there. So I'll walk you through some of this stuff. Now, the aim of the policy response to any crisis to minimize losses, address citizen insecurities. That's very important. Hence, you got to ask the government to do something about it. And of course, prevent and/or lower the chances of recurrence. You want not only, if you cannot eliminate the source of the crisis, at least to make sure that you minimize it to a very large extent, so you don't suffer the kinds of losses that you probably do when you first experience it. Now, what I'm going to talk about are lessons that are derived from the film about what likely happens, so that we can understand what we should do, but is unlikely to happen, meaning that everything that happened in the film was wrong. And so I'm going to draw from that and tell you that everything that happens in public policy in response to crisis tends to be the wrong kind, so that we can now figure out, well, what should be the right kind. All right, a few definitions up front. What is a crisis? A crisis is a temporal disruption in the flow of social or political life. It depends on what we're dealing with here. It involves a lot of turbulence, it involves a lot of uncertainty, and it certainly involves inadequate resources, meaning that if you don't have adequate, if you do have adequate resources, it's not a crisis, because you can deal with it. It's when your resources are inadequate relative to the threat that it becomes a crisis, that you've got to deal with it somehow. And there are different types of crises. The older category used to be man-made versus natural crisis. And the idea was man-made, like wars, sometimes famines, it depends. They would be man-made crises. Natural would be earthquakes, floods, that sort of stuff. The literature no longer accepts this division. The argument is that they're all man-made. That is, the idea behind it is, yes, the earthquakes are a problem, and yeah, you've got a crisis afterwards, etc., caused by physical phenomenon, but it's not so much the physical phenomenon that's the problem, is the aftermath, is the fact that, for example, as we saw in Turkey, you use shoddy material to build buildings that collapse, and then you've got issues to deal with. That's a man-made crisis. That has nothing to do with the earthquake per se. We also have fast versus slow burning, fast burning versus creeping crisis. Essentially, the idea being that crises that erupt almost immediately, suddenly, versus ones that are around for a while and simply pile up and at some point rise to the occasion, to the agenda. Most crises, believe it or not, tend to be slow-burning, creeping crises. They tend not to be fast-burning, meaning that many things tend to sort of accumulate over time, and then you reach a threshold point where it becomes an issue. It happens. Things like the COVID pandemic were, that was a fast-burning crisis. It just happened, you were right there and then. They tend to be the exception. Usually you end up having things like slow burning. We can think of fires, for example, where you have recurrence. You know what's going on. You know that it's going to happen over and over and over again. And even the floods in Thessaly could be considered to be a slow burning, meaning that the issues have been piling up for years before you saw the trigger effect, that is the rain that caused the floods, etc. What is a response or a policy response is essentially what does government do to deal with the situation of a crisis. And it's got three elements. It involves agency, meaning the resources, the human capital that you marshal to deal with whatever it is you have to deal with. It involves the message. What do you say? The narrative that you use to talk to the citizens, to tell them this is what's happening, this is what we're doing, these are going to be the effects. And that needs to be clear as possible, and reassuring to the citizens. And of course the coordination. You can have all the agencies in the world, and that's your problem. You have all the agencies in the world. Now you've got to coordinate them in order to get to the kind of efficient and effective response that you need in order to deal with a crisis. Now, what is resilience? I will use the term resilience as well. That's the capacity to monitor, assess, respond, and prevent the threats, the causes of the crisis. Essentially, the agencies that you build that need to be constantly ready and alert to deal with any crisis that happens. They need to monitor the situation, and they need to have the capacity and the resources to address it as effectively as possible, which means that you've got to forecast all of this stuff. So resilience is very much about forecasting. And we'll talk about all of this stuff in a moment. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the policy-making cycle. All of that is the theory, and then you can forget it. It's not going to be on the test. Sense-making is essentially, to the left is the crisis management terminology, to the right is the policy-making terminology. They refer to the same stages of the cycle. Sense-making is essentially agenda setting. You're trying to figure out what is going on, especially in a crisis situation. You get bits and pieces of information, and you've got to put it together in some capacity. So you've got to figure out what's going on, and then you've got you have a meaning making or decision making or policy making stage where you actually decide, okay, this is what's happening, this is what we're going to do. Here you draft narratives that include a problem, a solution, the possible effect, and then need to be reassuring, clear, distinct, etc., which you have to tell the citizens, this is what we're doing, don't worry, be happy, we got it. Then you go into the implementation. Don't worry, be happy, let's now try to do this. See exactly what happens. Most of you are Greeks, you very much know that that's probably one of the biggest problems that we face in this country, lack of implementation. We don't need any more laws, please, no more laws. Start implementing some of those that we have, and life will be much better. There are issues with them, of course, and there are issues with implementation. I understand all of that stuff. But that's important in order to deal with crises. Finally, the more important aspect that we do very little about is resilience evaluation, meaning that it's not enough to implement things, that's good, but at some point you've got to evaluate, assess what did we do, where did we go wrong, where did we go right, draw the right lessons, and then feed them back into the agenda setting process so that you know what to do better next time. Without further ado, now we get to the good stuff. Okay, so I'll go through various scenes and various lessons that need to be drawn here. And I I understand. To me, that's still scary. I'm silly with that. The scientists, I mean, there were several people sort of dealing with the issue. There was the scientist, the expert, if you like. Think about the experts in a crisis. And of course, he was making the argument that this was no boat accident of what was happening. Now, the film was taking us through several scenes where stuff was happening, wasn't exactly certain what was going on, but we had an idea. The music played a big role in all of this stuff, I know. But he comes out with a diagnosis, the sense-making part. This was no boating accident, and experts play a big role in public policy. And what it does tell us is that experts need to be used in policy to help us understand certain situations. And they are being used very politically. And so it's very important for us, the film actually had the experts sort of come in, make some recommendations, nobody paid attention, and then they moved on to other things. But what it does tell us is that we need to pay more attention. How do you institutionalize their voice into the policy process? Well, that's a big issue. That's a huge issue. Because experts, in real life, not in the movies, are never objective advice givers. They also have very political views, and nevertheless, they do make recommendations. They have certain ideas and perspectives that need to be heard, and we need to hear them. And sometimes we draw the wrong lessons when we hear them, or we hear them episodically, whenever we feel like it, one or two, usually to justify what it is we've already decided, rather than to seek out advice in order for us to understand what we should be doing. All right, here he comes, the expert again. And what he's telling him is that you guys are not going to do anything because that thing is going to come out and bite you in the ass. The idea behind it here I wanted you to be aware of is policy in action. That is, we tend to, actually more often than not in public policy, have a threat, and because we don't really know what's going on, we do what comes natural, which means nothing. We tend to ignore the issue until it bites us in the ass, and then, yeah, that's a problem. All of this stuff is very important in that we need to understand what policy in action is about, especially during a crisis. We saw that in the pandemic. In China, for example, those of you who've been following a little bit about the policy response in China, especially in the beginning, you know that they essentially ignored the problem. They let it fester, and it became an epidemic, at least over there, and later a pandemic, because they ignored it, because they didn't know what to do about it. And usually government, when it ignores these kinds of issues, potential threats, if you like, usually does so because it doesn't know what to do. There is no ready-made solution. If you do acknowledge that there is a problem, but you don't know what to do with it, then as a politician you come across weak, as ignorant. And that's probably more of a political problem than anything else. But nevertheless, that's what most politicians tend to do. Guess what? That's exactly what they did over there in that idyllic little town. At some point, the mayor, now here comes the politicians, who are even worse than the scientists, of course. And the mayor at some point said, "Now, fellas, it's not the time." When they caught, at some point in the film, they went out and to catch a shark, because they realized, oh, it's a shark that's eating people out there, we need to go catch it. And they went out, they caught a shark, they brought it out there, yeah, problem solved, here it is. And of course, the scientists realized, well, he's too small. the guy who's eating our people is much larger than this shark, and so the idea was, okay, why don't we open them up, see right here and now what's going on. And he said, no, you don't want to do that. This is not going to be the right way to do it. Why don't we do it back in the lab, where we can really do a nice autopsy and find out exactly what's going on. Now, what lesson do we draw from here? It tells us that honesty is hardly ever the best policy when it comes to public policy. Meaning that a lot of times policymakers lie to us. Yeah, if you haven't figured it out yet. And they lie to us for a reason, strategic lying, for example, and it's not because they're bad people. It is because they realize that this may not be the solution. They don't have a solution. If you do something and they have to acknowledge that there is a problem, then the problem comes back to them. And therefore, what this tells us, the lesson that it tells us, is that don't say anything. Don't address the situation until you have a better sense of what you can do about it and how to do it. That is, you've got to have a plan before you can say it is a problem. And there is, again, you can put your faces behind them, because we've all done this, especially when there is an issue, and at some point he's asked, what about the 4th of July? The beaches are in trouble. What are you going to do? Well, of course we're going to open the beaches. It's like ringing the dinner bell. If you think that's funny, think of COVID-19 and how our government, the Greek government, responded during the summer to the tourists. Will we open the beaches? Are we open for business so that we can save people's incomes? And the idea was, well, it's a problem, but sure, let's do it. We'll do it scientifically so that we can minimize the issue. Yeah, of course, we all know what happened. They didn't minimize anything. It was a big mistake, in other words. But the point was, why did they do it? They're about money. It's all about the incomes. It's all about protecting the livelihood of the people. It's all about the economy versus public health. And yes, it was all about the economy. In the US, it was a different situation, but still all about the economy. And, you pay the price. Mayor Vaughn again, they were talking at some point, and he's saying, there's a mother that comes to them and says, the shark ate my baby. And the mayor said, nah, she's wrong, and the chief, the hero, says, no, she's not wrong, she's right. The idea behind it is, I was thinking about it, it's about communication, the message that you said. What is it? What is the crisis about? What are you doing about it? How does what you're doing is helping people address their concerns. That's not an easy thing to do. The narrative needs to be clear in times of ambiguity, because you don't know sometimes yourself what exactly is happening, but you've got to reassure other people by appearing as if you know what is happening. And we have the situation in Mati, all of you know, that we found out after the fact that they were reassuring and clear and all of that, when it tells us that they knew some things, but they didn't. And they didn't at the same time. Nobody knew exactly what was happening. Nobody had a full picture understanding, and it turned out to be a big fat mess. Clarity is extremely important and reassurance, but it also means that you have to have a plan and a response that is effective. Or as effective as you can make. How do you craft these things is a very political issue. The message needs to be consistent and clear. Another lesson that we could draw is, this is a scene when the shark appeared and he ate a kid near the beach, And I know after I was reading about how they were filming it, and the idea was that they couldn't get people to run out scared from there because nobody would believe that there was a shark. Oh, there are sharks actually. When they filmed them, I don't know why people would come out, but they did. Okay. Nevertheless, they finally got them to get out. Here, the idea is that he was trying to, the mayor was trying to reassure the chief that, listen, you know, I feel the pain, you know, I'm empathetic with you because my kids were on the beach too. So, you know, we had the same, you were going through the same problems as you were. His child was on it too, and he was upset and all that stuff. What does this tell me? It tells me that the best policy when it comes to crisis is to share responsibility. And I have several examples here. We wasted together. I didn't know. It sounds better in Greek than Masita Parana. What it tells you, I mean, exactly what he was trying to do. Yeah, we're all to blame here, which of course means that no one is because we're all guilty. So, okay. Also the floods. I mean, one of the Thessaly floods here. One of the things that is very important, I mean, we have to wait until the Dutch came to tell us the obvious, that there is a fragmentation of responsibility. A lot of little agencies have a little piece of jurisdiction over this plateau, but nobody had a big picture of what was going on, or responsibility of what was going on. And that was a huge problem. It does tell us that politicians during crises will tend to avoid blame. There's a huge literature, actually, academic literature on blame avoidance during normal policy making, definitely during crisis. For sure during crisis. And the idea is you start with empathy, you start with ignorance. I didn't know what was going on, nobody told me, or, you know, I was there, I'm with you, etc. Or you start sort of doing things. The example that I can give you is when Erdogan had to deal with earthquakes, you know, so many deaths, so many buildings collapsed. You know, what do? You go after the contractors, the builders, and you say, it's their fault, and so you arrest several, sort of big deal, in order to shift blame from, well, how did it come? They did all of that stuff. And, you know, during your tenure in power, you know, who are the politicians who allowed all of this to happen? Guess what? It was a good way for him to sort of shift blame to somebody else for an issue that was probably partly his own doing, or at least he was partly responsible for it. And now, for the best. This is my favorite scene and my favorite pithy statement of all time, where he first encounters the beast as he's throwing chum in the water, and suddenly sort of the beast appears and he realizes, you're going to need a bigger boat. You know, we're thoroughly unprepared to deal with this issue. And you know, it turns out, yes, we were thoroughly unprepared for it. It tells us about implementation. That is, you've got to build response mechanisms that allow you to deal with the kinds of issues that you're most likely to deal. And of course, you got to forecast all of this stuff because you never know what it will be. There are some issues that you do know, fires, for example, in Greece. You got to have a good fire brigade or a fire system to allow you to deal with all of this stuff on a response basis and, of course, on a prevention basis. So the COVID-19 response, I have here the health system, that turned out to be a blessing in disguise for Greece because everybody knew it was so terrible, still is, by the way. You have to focus on prevention. You couldn't focus on dealing with it after people got sick because the system would be overwhelmed and you have too many people dying. Therefore, they focused much more, at least initially, on prevention. That turned out to be a good thing. Not so in other countries. Other countries had to deal differently. This is the second thing that I found much more interesting. At some point, they are going to Captain Quinn, who is the guy who comes, the cavalry, who comes in to save the town because he can hunt sharks and kill them and all that stuff. And they're saying, well, what do you want? And he's saying, well, I'm expensive, and I don't want all of these volunteers around. There are too many captains on this island. The idea behind it is when you have a whole lot, number one, responses are expensive. You gotta have the resources. Focus on the resources, have them, make them available to you. The second thing is, not everybody can be a chief, so to speak. It's a terrible US expression. There's got to be some Indians involved too. The idea behind it is you cannot have everybody be sort of the president. Somebody's got to do the job, and it's got to be coordinated. Here, in his case, I don't want to have any help. I'll do it myself. Obviously, in real life situations, you got people who work, but you've got to coordinate them. And at least I'm using the example of the COVID-19 response, at least in 2020 in the US, that was part of the problem. The problem with the response, at least in the US, was not that it had few resources. The resources were there. It's just that the coordination was awful. And President Trump paid for it. We go again. But that was in a policy response to crisis. That's something that definitely needs to be addressed. And just to let you know that when I say cycle, I really mean cycle. I'm going back. This is part of the first scene of the film. So I'm going to the beginning, and I'm ending it with the beginning. This is from the book. This is not from the film. Essentially, what she's telling us is that the past always looks better, more ideal than it actually was. And what I'm trying to say here during crisis is we tend to rationalize our response, and we try to go back to the bad old days or the good old days, depending on what it is. And we're saying, well, usually it wasn't too bad. Now was it? Partly because we don't want to take the painful steps to move forward. That's the idea. But behind all of this stuff, we need to focus on resilience. At least in public policy, that's very, very important. Build resilience. I use sort of several pithy statements here. Take what you want. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. The idea behind it is you got to focus on preventing these issues, those that are preventable, and trying to minimize the losses to the extent that you can, rather than have to deal with them once these things happen. It requires planning. That's the key issue. And you have the situation where I have, it's unlikely that will happen in many instances. I'm thinking of dengue here, the problems that we've encountered in dengue. Have they been addressed? No. Will they be addressed? Probably not. Same thing with the earthquake in Turkey. One of my colleagues defined the Turkish state as the mafia state. Okay, that's an interesting characterization. But the point behind it is that when you have situations whereby there is no evaluation, you don't draw the right lessons, you're unlikely to build resilience, and therefore you're going to have a recurrence of these issues over and over and over again. You're going to find the faults over and over and over again, and you're going to be living the same sort of Groundhog Day, for those of you that have seen the film, over and over again. The same problems. So, let's now draw everything together. A whole lot of stuff, let's put it all together. I color-coded them so that you'll know what's going on. Agenda, policy making, the implementation, etc. So, essentially what it does mean is do exactly the opposite of what they did in the film. So, monitor the situation, prioritize threats. That's very, very important in any resilience or sense-making situation. Prioritization of threats is extremely important. It does mean that, because we don't know what's going to happen, that you're going to have to focus primarily on what happens over and over again. In the Greek example, what that means is our biggest threats are not earthquakes, they're not tsunamis, it's not even the pandemic, it's fires. Because they happen over and over and over again. So we need to focus on how do we deal with these issues and others. I'm not saying focus on them only. I am prioritize threat because you don't have the resources. There's never enough resources. You've got to address the situations that you think are going to be important. And these are calculated risks. And I understand. I speak with the safety of an academic. I don't have to deal with them, so I can give you all the advice I want. The second thing is protect the people, not the brand. Exactly what they didn't do. It was all about protecting the brand. It was all about, oh, we're a safe place, blah, blah, blah. Nobody cared about the people until the shock ate quite a few of them, and then they realized, okay, that's a problem. It rarely happens, but it is something that we need to ask our policymakers to do it. Demand and hold them accountable. Build and have available bigger boats. Gotta have bigger boats. I was thinking about saying bigger boat, and then I realized, no. It's gotta be several boats. Here I want to introduce the idea of organizational slack, so that, we talk a little bit about academics too. It's not all just fun and games. Organizational slack essentially refers to the idea of idle resources in any organization. Idle resources mean you set them aside when you have a threat or a crisis so that you can have additional resources to deal with the issue, whatever it is. It's exactly the opposite of efficiency, if you like, because it means you're wasting them. They're sitting there doing nothing. That's exceptionally important and awfully difficult to do, because politically you have to argue that we're not going to solve these problems now so that we can solve potential problems tomorrow. And that's hard to do. That's very hard to do. Not that many people are forward-looking, but we need to have that. Assume the best, prepare for the worst. Obviously, yeah. I mean, it sounds self-evident. We never do that, of course. We assume the worst, that we prepare for nothing. Prepare for something and have draw all the right lessons, ask the right questions. That's rarely the case. Asking the right questions is so important, and it hardly ever happens. And my favorite example is Stanley or Pisa. I'll give you two small examples. Stanley, there is obviously the case going on right now, and that's terrible. I know concurrently there's also the political investigation in Parliament. I've been following a little bit about the investigation in Parliament, and I've been shocked that it's just show. Nothing else. I mean, it's a complete, utter show, because they're asking all the wrong questions. Why am I saying that? Because I assume that what they're looking for is ways to improve the situation so that we don't have this problem again. What they are actually doing is something, of course, completely different. They're interested in it, and they've said it, at least to their credit. They've been very open about it. Who's responsible? I can tell them who it is. They are. We're not. That's it. That's the end. Whoever they are, the government, obviously, we are not the opposition. Elect us, everything will be solved. I just told you what's going to happen with that theater for the next 6 or 12 months. That's not asking the right questions. That's not helping, which means that it helps me sort of think about, well, why is it going to happen again? Well, precisely because of that. We're not asking the right questions. Pisa, my favorite. You all know that in various PISA rounds, the latest one at least, Greek students have not been doing well. Below average. Question is, okay, what's happening? And what's the answer? Well, I read it, I've couldn't believe it, so I had to reread it. Are you sure? The answer is the ministry is saying, well, why don't we teach you the test? You know, they don't know how to take these tests because these tests are sort of objective, they're aptitude types of tests, and you know, we don't do these things here, and therefore, in our classrooms, we're also going to introduce these special topics where we will teach you the test, and our scores will improve. I was shocked. I was flabbergasted because they're not asking the right question. The question is not why your tests are X and you need to get them to Y, but what's the problem behind X? It has nothing to do with teaching to the test. And that's part of the issue. If you're not going to ask the right questions, you will have the wrong answers. So, here we also need to talk about building trust, which is awful in this country. I mean, it's extremely low relative to other European countries. The trust in government is particularly low, and that unfortunately increases compliance costs because then things have to be sort of imposed on people, and that's more difficult to deal with. And of course, the response reform dilemma, which is well known in crisis situations, and that is when you're dealing with crisis, you have a difficulty in either responding to the situation, going back to normalcy, whatever that means, and I can tell you in a moment, or reforming in order for it not to be dealing with the same issues. Going back to normalcy essentially means going back to the good old days where things happen for a reason, and that's why you had the crisis to begin with, versus changing so that you don't have the crisis. It's almost always inevitable that there are powerful political pressures to go back to normalcy, to go back to the way things were. That's what your constituents more usually want, rather than bear the political cost of doing something that will address the issues of tomorrow. And I say that because we need to do all of this stuff, because there's always a secret. There will be another crisis, there will be another response, there will be more failure, and until we ask the right question, we will never draw the right lessons. Thank you very much. Questions?
Yes. I'm not going to abuse my role as discussor. I'm sure you guys have many questions. This interesting presentation. I was wondering if you could talk about briefly, a little bit more specifically about 4 axes, if you want, that I will try and engage with. The number one is, I was wondering if you could elaborate a little bit on how different factors, socio-political factors, economic factors, even tradition-oriented factors, impact responses to crisis. During the COVID research that we did, we presumed that maybe religion or religious traditions had something to do with different approaches to the COVID pandemic of different countries. That's one. Number 2 is, you said experts play a big role in public policy, and that is correct. My question is, does it matter what kind of experts you have, and can those experts ever really be objective? Most of the time they're scientists, but for example in the COVID-19 pandemic, the health committee in Greece consisted exclusively of doctors, and a considerable number of them. Whereas, for example, the health committee in the United Kingdom was I think a 10-member committee or very few members, and only 1 or 2 doctors. They had psychologists, social scientists, and the like. So how does that play into how to respond to the crisis? Number 3 is, you hinted at the end, what is the role of people? I mean, we can do all these things to improve, but do people really want to improve? Do they really want to listen to experts, be more objective or more detail-oriented? Or are they looking for an easy solution, and that kind of works for everyone? And the final one is, and this touches a little bit on crisis-oriented literature, is there ever really a crisis? I mean, if why not have more ICU beds? Why not build better buildings? Will that prevent the earthquake? Probably not, but it will definitely minimize the losses in both property, finance, and human lives, more importantly. Maybe to the point that it wouldn't qualify as a crisis. But those were accidents.
Right. All right. And all that in what, 2 minutes? Okay. All right. Let's. I know I'll forget most of your questions.
That's fine.
Wait.
I'm sure the last.
But I'll respond to the last one because that's easy. And maybe the role of experts because I did mention it. What don't we use all the resources to build better buildings, to get more ICU beds, etc. Because these are resources that need to be allocated. And as you know, the allocation of resources is very political. And the politics behind it is that you have a finite amount of resources and an infinite amount of demands on these resources, which means that you've got scarcity. And you've got to allocate whatever it is in whatever priorities that you have. Most of the priorities tend to be short term. And it's a normal sort of psychological effect where you discount future effects. That is, the further distant it is in the future, the less of a problem it is because it's somebody else's problem. It's not yours right now. But what you have to deal with right now, it is actually your problem right now because you have constituents banging at your door saying do something right now. So you've got to address this today. Why don't we have more ICUs? The answer is because they're awfully expensive, because the system as it is not equipped to have them. Meaning that there has been so much corruption. One of the things that people don't really talk about is the Greek austerity crisis, the sort of the debt crisis. There were two main sources of huge debt. There were all sorts of others, of course, but two main sources that really brought the country to its knees. The first one was railroads. They were bleeding money like you wouldn't believe. The second one was hospitals. And it had to do with, you guys all know about that, it had to do with, especially Prometheus, what they were bringing in, equipment, etc., etc. It's unbelievably expensive, of course. What you're asking them to do is, here is the money, build things that you're not going to use, potentially, but you may have to use, next year, 5 years from now, etc. And the question that they will, of course, ask is, well, I've got people dying in the holidays. Why are you giving me money to do something that I don't need right now, but I do need something else? And therefore, you constantly tend to, as a politician, I understand that, prioritize short-term threats. And that means that you don't have the resources to put down for later. It does mean that you've got to create slack. And that's incredibly politically difficult, if you like. That's incredibly politically difficult because you have to take resources from here, tell people that's exactly what you're doing in order to build resilience so that you can deal with future problems. The role of experts is a fascinating one, and the COVID pandemic has actually taught us a great deal about the role that they play. It happens that in most systems, experts are not institutionalized in the process. They tend to be outside the process, brought in on an ad hoc basis to deal with issues as they arise. Unfortunately, I know in Greece the situation is even worse, meaning that they're brought in sometimes only to legitimize the decisions that have already been made. And then, so we can say, we asked the experts, and wow, surprisingly, this is exactly what we thought. Wow, what a coincidence. The idea behind it is When you bring in experts, it has to do with the politics. When you bring in experts, it does mean that you're going to have to listen to them. Otherwise, there's no point in having them. I understand there's an element of ritual in the policy process. So you're bringing them so you can say you have them, but you don't listen to them. But eventually that institution is going to disintegrate, if you like. It's not going to be effective. When you do use them, then you have to listen to them. That means you have to have actually a sense of responsibility and a sense of shifting the responsibility to them and trust on them. It means that you as a politician need to trust them and you cannot control them. And that's part of the issue that at least in this country we have. But it also means that you have to trust them, and that's part of the issue in this country. We don't trust anybody, including the government. The reason why, just because you mentioned it, the reason why the Sweden was able to deal with it in a very different way, and admittedly, it's an exception, it's not the rule, is because they do have the experts, and they trust the experts, and institutionally the experts were in charge of it all. It doesn't mean they were not political decisions, but it does mean that they had sort of the system in place that enabled them to deal with the pandemic in a different way, whether more effectively or not. That's an issue that's still being debated. But I do believe that bringing the experts in is important. Listening to them is a completely different ball game. In this country right now, it's probably not going to happen. We're not interested, and from a political perspective. And are we ready to hear opinions that we don't agree with? I'm not so sure, because it does mean that you also have to be responsible ultimately for whatever happens without necessarily being able to make the decisions that you probably should. Leave it at that. The others will get talked about. Okay. Questions?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for your beautiful presentation. Now, I'm concerned with the structural relation and the temporality between the need for clarity. You mentioned it several times. You need to give a clear message, a clear narrative, and to reassure citizens, right, when crisis emerge. So, clarity and strategic lies. The beautiful scene that you presented us, the small sharp photos scene, that reminded me of the infamous Thatcher adage, never explain, never complain. Like, don't say what's going on, don't open up the shark net, not because people will handle it. So, you said that they lie to us all the time. But now, lies have this thing that they always catch up. Reality always catches up. And that's what I mentioned about, temporality, because lies, when it comes to crisis, always show up in very short term. I mean, they cannot cover a big lie for many months. The crisis is still there, and the lie appears to be a lie. Right? So how do you combine strategic lying with the absolute primordial, lexical priority of clarity to citizens? That's my question.
Right.
You want to take one at a time, or should we?
How do
you feel about it?
I feel good.
You want to take one at a time then?
Okay.
We just need to be sure that
clarity does not mean you're telling the truth. Clarity is about reassurance. It's about crafting a narrative that explains to people what it is that's happening and why you're doing what you're doing, because it will have the likely effect of helping them. That's what it is. Whether that includes several white lies or not, that's part of the process. If you don't know what's going on and you admit it politically, that's a problem. Most of us, after the fact, we will say, well, we'd rather not be lied to. Just tell me you don't know, and we'll move on. Part of the problem is during the crisis, I will guarantee you'll crucify anybody who's telling you that. Because you're looking for a response, a reassurance. I'm having problems. I need you to do something, even though you have no idea what the hell you're doing, because you don't know what you're dealing with. COVID was a quintessential example. So, the narrative.
Reliability is not an issue here.
I'm sorry?
Reliability. Political discourse is not an issue. But when it comes to clarity, I mean, that's the point of the conversation.
Well, it's always an issue. Political discourse is always an issue, but you know that during a crisis, very few people will question. There is a tendency to rally around the flag, so very few people will question what's going on, because nobody knows what's going on. We assume that nobody does. You have more information than they do. You're trying to piece it together. Now, building, sort of crafting that narrative needs to take into account the fact that, you know, you're going to convey what it is you know, and you're going to build sort of a response system that addresses some of these issues. And whether you are comfortable enough as a technical expert to say, I don't know some things, but we're working on them. As a technical expert, it might fly. And therefore, I think that it was better for the Swedes to say that, because they can say it, and we'll accept it from them. But for politicians, it was probably good not to say that. And I think that's why I think they delayed responding in China. That was precisely the problem. Now, does this mean you're going to lie? Yeah, sometimes you're going to lie. Am I saying this is a good thing? I'm not putting any moral value on that, but I will accept it as a fact that it will happen, provided that the results at the end of the day will end up being what they need to be. That's what it comes back to haunt you, if they're not.
Great. Professor Zacharis? Okay.
I mean,
Professor Stone.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely fascinating. In my sort of area, trying to prepare or trying to get people to prepare for armed conflict, we're on a sort of complete no-win basis because nobody wants to put the money or the time or the effort or the resource into doing that, and then it hits them in the face suddenly. The American military have the term lessons learned, okay, your evaluation room. The Brits, I think, are slightly more realistic because we've been fighting wars for a lot longer than the Americans, and we just say lessons identified. Okay. But the question is, I mean, one example of which I know, Ukraine. The Ukrainians really did not believe the Russian Federation were going to invade right up until the time there were 100,000 troops on their borders. They still didn't believe it. They still didn't believe it when all 100,000 troops were sent to give a British measure a pint of blood. Okay? Why do you need 100,000 pints of blood other than you're about to start a conflict? Okay? That was still not accepted, and the lie that came from the Ukrainian government, and that's been replicated in many places, was that we're not going to be invaded. How do we deal with that almost impossible situation for a government to do anything but, because they simply haven't prepared for the eventuality? So they're stuck into this, as you say, looking for somebody else to blame. But how, because we know it's going to happen time and time again, we know now that it will be almost certain another pandemic.
Right.
What do you do?
We're going to take all the questions because we're already 5 minutes
Super
over.
curious.
Okay. I'll take note of the questions.
Okay.
Professor Stone, anyone else for questions? Yes, Professor Stone.
Listening to you, I'm very much involved in issues regarding the state's grand strategy for preparation of national security strategy. So it was like about a play. It was there already. It was so familiar to me, most of the remarks you made. But I'd like to add, if I may, some things regarding our analysis, which had to do with three approaches. One is it's really hard to talk about conflict prevention rather than about conflict management, or is probably the only issue we have to manage to refer to foreign policy as a series of crises.
Right.
Okay, so that's number one. About the character of the crisis themselves, I think we should probably refer to polycrisis and permanent crisis as an issue we have to highlight for looking at how this new world of many crises, of many polycrises, transcends what we usually refer to as the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns. And the management of the crisis is really about all of this, right? And last but probably not least, about that experts policy making measures. That's a big issue, particularly for Greece. I can mention that. It seems that for Greece it is about the lack of institutionalization of the whole thing of experts being part of the institutionalized and well-elaborated system of planning, foreign policy, which again seems to be linked to the fragmentation of kind of sweet genders, I think, in English. And last about you mentioned the need for enough resources. It seems to me that no state in the world has the capacity of, enjoying unlimited resources, so we should probably refer to the best use of available resources. And you also highlighted the need for asking the right questions. For Greeks, no need for this. We have the answers. So we don't need the questions.
Okay, any other questions? Anyone else? Okay. Sorry, yes.
Your presentation was very interesting. I was thinking about expertise, salary and internal expertise. I mean, in the past it was common that public services or public administration would provide the expertise and different sectoral domains. Now, at least in Greece, we outsource projects in order to have the necessary expertise. And there is a gap. Those external experts do not have the perception administrators, civil servants have. So I think there's a gap there. There should be probably a deeper lack of institutionalization of the contribution of experts in crisis management. The first thought to this.
Okay. I think we should be relieved for that. And if there are any other questions, of course, you can speak with Professor Harias during our coffee break.
First of all, I want to make sure, thank you for the questions. It's a whole lot to chew. But I'll try to respond to as many as I can remember, because the got me thinking, and then you started, you kept on talking, and thinking, okay, I'm still in the first question. But Good. Let me say at the outset, I'm not an expert of experts. And I do mean that, the whole idea of the role of experts in public policy, it's a huge issue. And we do talk about, and I'll connect several of the questions that were asked, we do talk about epistemic communities. And that's an older term that still is very much used. And I do think that you're absolutely right to talk about sort of the last one that I know a little bit more about, the whole idea of contracting out a little bit of the expertise when it comes to civil service types of issues that are being delivered. That happens everywhere, so that tends to be, at least the way I understand it, it's a worldwide shift in public services. That more and more services are being contracted out. Part of the reason is because, not so much the lack of experts, but it's too expensive. So it's done primarily for the use of more efficient use of resources, and certainly the role of the state, of civil servants, if you like, is changing from providing expertise to coordinating these kinds of activities and being able to monitor and evaluate the delivery of services and the results that are being delivered. Now, do we have enough experts to provide whatever services we need to provide? That's going to be very different from how civil servants perhaps would have provided them. That I don't know. I do believe, and I'm going to use my platitudes here to give you yet more stuff to think about. The biggest problem in this country, in my opinion, is not the system. It's the lack of adequate number of well-qualified professionals. It's a human capital issue more than anything else. You solve it, and that's something that can be solved. The system, that's far more difficult to deal with. So, do we have enough experts? Maybe. I don't know that. Are they well qualified? I'm not so sure. However, do the civil servants provide the kind of monitoring services that can sort of evaluate what's going on? I don't think so. I think that's part of the issue with public administration. They need to be retrained and sort of focused on some of these things. Whether that will happen, I have no idea. That's a long-term project. How do we deal with self-delusion? Get better politicians? I know. I mean, Tsipras said the same thing, of course. And it's a nice way of I think with Ukraine is an interesting question because I would have imagined they would have gotten the message. It seems as if the American intelligence community had already. I mean, they had very good intelligence, which is shocking because I'm sure Putin killed a lot of them. It must have been. They told us when, where. I mean, it was shocking how well informed they were, and they made it public, which is not usual. Now, the Ukrainians did not think that he would do it. I mean, Putin did a lot of us. I didn't think they would do it. Yet, there we are. Maybe it was because they were a moment of weakness. Because if you think that they are going to do it and you start causing the alarm, then you come out as weak if you cannot sort of muster the resources to defend it properly. At least initially, they did not. They rolled over and played dead initially. So it may have been a political tactic more than anything else. Now, How do you deal with that? The only way that I can think of is better quality monitoring systems on their part. And it has to do with the politics, the internal politics in the Ukraine, rather than what others, outsiders, have said or can do about it. I don't think we can do much about it.
The other point, primarily with infrastructure, was how about conflict between prevention and then dealing with the problem after the fact, and also should we better characterize the crisis as a form of poly-crisis, conflict crisis?
Yeah, the permanent crisis and the poly-crisis, etc. Yeah, they seem to be, I mean, we're coming up with all sorts of new terms. I don't think that crises were not like that before. It's just that now we're starting to see some of the connections in what are going on, and we're going to find more of them as we're developing new terms to characterize them. I think what we're sort of part of it is sort of goes back to the old ideas. It's, you know, you're political scientists, at least most of you, I assume. You probably know about the sort of interdependence and the Cohen and Nye stuff that was all about international regimes. Now think about this at the domestic level. There's so much interdependence. You disrupt sort of something that's happening here, or it's going to have cascading effects in other parts of the system. The more tightly coupled we become as a society and as a region, as countries, the more we're going to see these crises, because there will be the cascading effect that will sort of come across almost at the same intensity because of the tight coupling. So I agree with you. How do you deal with that? That makes things far more complicated. Perhaps transnational responses. I'm not as optimistic that we can develop these transnational responses. I saw, at least in the COVID crisis, one example, with a sample of N equals 1, so taken with a lot of salt. It didn't work very well. I mean, what ended up happening was everybody for himself, and then sort of at least initially, they were trying to hoard resources to address their own national issues at the expense of allies, etc., etc. Can we develop these transnational? There are transnational epistemic communities, so we can address this at that level. How easy it is to empower those transnational communities to do something about it, I think it's very, very difficult. And politically, at least, very, very hard to do, because we also have to hold them accountable. The issue of accountability will become very important. So for the time being, yes, there will be sort of transborder different terms for that. But our institutional apparatus will remain limited. At least that's my pearl of wisdom for the day, for the time being, for the country.
And on that note, I think we may conclude. Once again, thank you, Professor Hayes, for taking the time, traveling all the way from Graceland to Athens to give this keynote speech. Thank you very much.
Hi again. Let's start with the next panel or session. So I am George Mikaios. I am the Institute of European Integration and Policy Research Fellow, and I'm going to chair this panel and the next one, as we have some cancellations of last meeting and we have less people, so that makes it easier. The next session is called Crisis Under International Politics and Law, and we have two of the presentations. The first one is Nina Hart from King's College London, and the title of her presentation is Who Controls the Controls? The Weaponization of Export Controls and Executive Abuse. So, Nina, are you with us?
Brilliant, thank you.
So, when you're ready,
Okay, sure. Is that okay if I share my screen during the presentation?
you can.
Ναι, ναι, μπορεί.
I think you can if you press the share screen on your phone.
Γιώργο, κάνε μόνο διπλό κλικ στην οθόνη. Ωραία.
Okay, so good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this conference, albeit remotely. So my presentation today focuses on changing
Από πλάι, Γιώργο, από πλάι.
nature, as well as the
Ναι, ναι.
form that export control policy has taken over in recent years, which has given rise to a certain number of allegations of executive abuse and concerns about executive accountability. Now, although we see shifts in the use of export policy in multiple jurisdictions today, this presentation will focus on the United States as a case study. The US was chosen as it is a very prominent user, if not perhaps the most prominent user of unilateral export controls in its foreign policy. So there's an enormous amount that I could say about executive accountability and export control policy, but out of interest of time, I will focus today on a very narrow issue, which is about how the objectives of export control policy have actually changed over time and how these particular changes have shaped both the forms of the export controls themselves as well as the legitimacy of export control policy. And then more broadly, how those changes intersect with one very particular aspect of US export control policy that has existed since export control policy really started, which is that there is a near total absence of judicial review for export control related decisions. So just, before I get into the details, just as an overview, I'll start a little bit with the constitutional framework applicable to the executive when it acts in this particular area. I'll then discuss the evolution of export controls in the US and some of the aspects that have raised concerns. And then I'll turn to some of the more specific reasons that, at least in my opinion, it seems like the current legal framework is skewed too much toward executive discretion at the expense of affected parties. And then, time permitting, I will address a few of the possible changes that might be considered in the future. So first, in this particular area, how much discretion does the president have? The answer is the Supreme Court has long held that the president and the executive agencies through which the executive branch acts enjoy an enormous amount of discretion in foreign affairs, even more than they would enjoy if they were acting only in the space of domestic affairs. Now, in the more specific context of foreign policy and administrative law, which is where export control policy fits, the courts generally consider legal claims under what is known as the Administrative Procedure Act. Now, the Administrative Procedure Act sets out rules for how the agencies make rules and how they make decisions. It also provides for judicial review. So, for example, the Act would require a court to examine a written decision-making record to decide whether an agency has acted unlawfully or not based its decision on sufficient evidence. Now, even in this area under the statute, courts afford the executive a significant amount of deference, but at the same time, they have stressed that the presence of foreign affairs concerns in a particular case does not actually warrant insulation from judicial review, because to hold otherwise would actually prevent the court from ensuring the president acts within the limits of the law. So to take this more into the very specific context of export policy, I'll start with a brief overview of the evolution of US export controls. So the first codified system was adopted in the United States in 1949 and put in place a structure that pretty much all of its successor statutes have adopted, even though there have been some significant changes. But the important thing to note is that in terms of, these acts have all been described as being some of the most expansive in terms of the amount of power it has given to the executive to control commerce and foreign affairs. Now, using this particular set of laws over time, the President has delegated power to the Department of Commerce to create a regulatory system for controlling the export of items when needed to further U.S. national security or foreign policy interests. Now, probably unsurprising to you, the terms national security and foreign policy are not defined in the statute, which gives the executive a lot of discretion when implementing the statutes.
Now, for a certain number of items, Commerce requires exporters to obtain licenses before the transaction can go ahead. And then Commerce can review the applications that are submitted and can either grant the application and deny it, or modify license equal to what they've already been granted. So even though, as you can see here, the system has evolved over time with certain very large statutory changes, a key feature for the purposes of this discussion is that the Department of Commerce's actions have always been largely exempt from the form of judicial review that normally applies to agencies when they are acting or making final decisions. So the initial rationale for this in the 1940s was that until that time, the United States had conceived of export controls as wartime tools, or tools that would apply only in the context of emergency situations, and therefore applying the Administrative Procedure Act seemed completely impractical. Now, as the evolution of export controls will show, and as I argue, this rationale is increasingly questionable given how everything has changed over time. Now, turning to the specifics of this evolution, the U.S.'s first few export controls from 1949, 69, and 79, they were all conceived of as temporary statutes. Of particular relevance here, just for this discussion, is the 1979 Act, which was set to expire in 1983. However, it was reauthorized multiple times until the end of the Cold War. However, following the end of the Cold War and the disappearance of the primary target of many U.S. export controls, Congress decided to let the Act lapse in 1994. So what is very interesting is that between 1994 and 2018 is that the President the executive thought, well, we can't have zero export controls. So the President invoked emergency powers under a different statute to sustain the existing export control regime, and through that focused on what at that time was the traditional use of export controls, which was to control and address concerns about weapons proliferation. So before we get to 2018, though, I do want to make a note of a development in 1997, which is the creation of what is known as the entity list. So up until 1997, there were two main types of controls. The first is based on what the end use of an item is. So for example, it matters whether the end use of the item is going to be automobile production or weapons production. The other type of control is called an end user control. So when an exporter seeks a license to export an item, it has to identify who the end user is, and then the department reviews on a case-by-case basis whether or not to grant the license based on who that particular person is and whether that person is a threat to national security or other U.S. foreign policy objectives. So the entity list is very interesting in that it's a variation on the end user control, but it puts people permanently on a list, and these people cannot receive exports from the United States. To be on this list, this person has to be determined by the Department of Commerce to be acting either contrary to U.S. national security or to foreign policy interests. There are no more specific criteria, so there's a lot of discretion here. Now, at the time when this was created in 1997, it didn't garner a lot of attention because it was used predominantly consistent with other traditional export control forms, which was to deal with weapons proliferation. However, in 2019, this changed significantly. In this particular year, the entity list was used to designate a number of Chinese firms allegedly involved in human rights abuses against the Uyghurs in the Xinjiang province. It was also used that year to start designating major tech companies such as Huawei as security threats and has since been used to designate many other technological companies. Now, these changes made the entity list very controversial as a form of export control because it expands the traditional use of the list to broader foreign policy considerations, and it happened in the context of escalated tensions between the United States and China. And because of these changes, there were a number of people, including U.S. allies, for example, that suspected that the list was actually not being used for legitimate purposes, but was being used for other political or neo-protectionist reasons to benefit the United States. But we'll return to the entity list in a minute, but returning to the other changes, in 2018, the United States finally adopts a new export control statute, the Export Control Reform Act, which actually is the very first one to be designed as a permanent regime of export controls. It has no sunset clause, unlike all of its predecessors. It codifies all Congress's powers to adopt all the types of controls that were already mentioned, including the entity list. And what is also very important is that this particular statute takes a very broad view of national security and foreign policy. So, for example, it instructs the president to control exports that might militarily assist another country to the detriment of U.S. security interests, which is perhaps more traditional, but it also directs the president to use export controls to maintain U.S. technological leadership as a means of promoting national security, and it also conceives of export controls being used generally to carry out really any foreign policy objective of the United States. So this shift in the 2018 law helps bring about the other major development in export control policy, which is the broad incorporation of human rights considerations into all licensing decisions in 2020. So when Congress considers whether or not to grant a license, it will consider whether or not the particular item in question might be used to violate human rights in the destination location. So this is really just really scratches the surface of what I think very, very complicated regime, and we could be here for days if possibly. But even this particular limited look at the change in how export controls will perform and the objectives of export control policy raises again the question, is the decision to keep export controls largely out of the purview of traditional administrative procedures, particularly outside of judicial review? Is this a justifiable decision? So on one hand, you could argue that export controls were born in an age of crisis, geopolitical emergencies, and it could be dangerous to revise what has worked really well, at least from an executive perspective, for a long time. And the fact that export controls are still sometimes used to deal with emergencies justify this particular decision. However, there are a couple of countervailing considerations. The first is, as mentioned before, the new statute for export controls is a permanent statute that has a wide array of objectives, including many that don't actually countenance the existence of an emergency or crisis for the use of this particular authority. As noted, it directs broadly the president to impose export controls for national security, but also to further general foreign policy objectives. Now, given the normalization of non-emergency and non-crisis concerns into this permanent regime, there's arguably less of a reason to maintain the original broad exemption from judicial scrutiny. So, even though it is true the executive needs a lot of flexibility when dealing with national security and foreign policy, there are other developments in the legal space that suggest courts could actually be involved without unduly interfering with these particular concerns, even in cases when there are declared emergencies. So as you probably know very well, the United States, following 9/11, very much has gradually securitized many aspects of its policy. And for that reason, courts have gained a lot of experience dealing with sensitive issues in the courts. So in particular, they've gained a lot of experience dealing with individualized determinations and designations at the intersection of foreign policy and national security and administrative law. In particular, they've dealt a lot with targeted sanctions designations made by the Department of the Treasury. So for example, when they're implementing economic sanctions against an individual, these are challengeable in courts. The U.S. Department of State similarly makes foreign terrorist designations. And importantly, all of these designations for both of these agencies are actually subject to Administrative Procedure Act. So given these different types of developments, both in the export regime and also the comparative expertise of the courts, it seems very questionable to actually insulate an entire agency, the Department of Commerce, from judicial scrutiny when all of its counterparts remain subject to greater judicial review. So, assuming that this is true, what might actually be some of the options? Well, of course, there are actually a lot of debates about what type of judicial review is appropriate in the space of national security, and there are some concerns that the courts actually give the executive too much deference in this particular space. But out of interest of time and the fact that it would be too much to go into the debates of these particular standards, suffice it to say, there seems like an immediate need to bring the Department of Commerce at least on par with its counterparts to even begin to satisfy the requirements of executive accountability. So first, of course, the obvious answer would be make licensing decisions and entity list designations subject to the Administrative Procedure Act within the courts. And of course, to do this, the Department of Commerce would have to create a written decision-making record, much like its other agencies, but there shouldn't be too much of a lift. And if it's concerned about, for example, including sensitive or classified information, that could be handled under the same statutes that apply to in other situations such as sanctions designations. Now, given that exports, transactions, and national security, they often involve very time-sensitive considerations, it could be possible to make to subject these types of cases to expedited timeframes, both for filing and also court consideration. There is some precedent for this in other areas. For example, in certain types of securities litigation, courts must consider the filings within 90 days of when the case was filed. And for example, in the criminal context, under the Speedy Trial Act, courts are supposed to try defendants within 70 days of the indictment being filed. So this is basically just a broad overview of many other things that I could talk about. But out of the interest of time, I will stop there. But thank you very much, and I'm very happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Nina, for this very interesting presentation. Maybe questions now, because I think it's the only online presentation that we have. So if you have any questions, you can fire them away. Otherwise, we can proceed to the next.
I would have a question.
Yes.
Actually, two. Ale mi proszę zastopić, because I don't think she can hear me.
Can you hear? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So two questions. Number one, has the 2018 Act gone through judicial review, at least at most of the Supreme Court level? And number two, do you think that the 2016 elections played a role in adopting the Act, given the political... Yeah.
So those are both very good questions. In terms of the 2018 Act, it basically adopted the exact same judicial review exemptions as all of its predecessors. There wasn't actually a lot of consideration or attention paid to this. One of the reasons for that is that creating it, the new export statute, was a very I don't know, I guess torture might be the right word, process. It actually started, and this maybe answers your second question as well, the 2016 elections. This actually started as a process in 2009 with the Obama administration, where they were trying to think about how do we improve the efficiency of the export control system. There are a lot of agencies involved, the system is very complicated for users, so how do we make this, how do we improve this? But there was no action taken, and then by the time the 2016 elections came about, I don't think it was the election itself that had the impact, but the more that the United States, between, say, 2010 and 2018, came to start viewing China in particular as a very significant threat or competitor, I think that actually gave a lot of weight to them actually, Congress finally adopting something in 2018.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, so thank you, Nina, and we move to the next presentation, which is titled Connecting Politics of Life to Politics of Earth, Eco-Social Crisis in Turkey's Western Mediterranean, from Associate Professor Mehmet Dozok and Associate Professor Rihanna. So, hello, and please come. Do you have a presentation? Okay. And Alex,
Από την άλλη. There you go.
Hello everyone, my name is
Now, we are going to talk about sociology of crisis, and the politics of flow. We are going to talk about connecting politics of life to politics of earth. In the case of the social crisis in Japanese Western Mediterranean, especially we are going to talk about especially in the province of Constellations and Syria, that's where in the 20th century Western Mediterranean. There are many devastating social crises ongoing in the region. We argue that it's critical to include the spaces in the political discussion on the earth. Norway is known for its rich biodiversity, nature first, agriculture, livestock raising. And there are many eco-social crises in the last 4 decades. These crises are a result of aggressive mining and energy projects, unregulated construction projects, and mega wildfires caused by climate change. The operational subordination of women is intensified at every stage of this process. We ground our discussion on the multi-stage qualitative research that we conducted in the region from 2018 to 2023 on the documentary study and the field researches, stages of field research in the region. And we base our theoretical framework on literature and actually Monday on the significance of ecological crisis in addition to human existence in politics. And we here argue that from the entire Mediterranean region's future, this viewpoint connecting the politics of life, especially for humans, and the politics of earth, which encompasses the non-human earth, is crucial. That's the map of the region. That's a greater map of the region, including Muğla. Muğla is located in the southwestern corner of Anatolia. I begin with the Lunar society as collectives. I'd like to suggest that humans start to perceive themselves as central beings in the world, especially in modern times. According to the truth, societies aren't merely as human social, but they are rather collectives made up of both humans and things. Nature reintroduces the nature into sociological theology and society and politics, including rivers, forests, soil, stone, viruses, and technology as components of society and social interactions. The definition of society as collectives extends the concept of a social agent, and in this way, we can see the agency, the Mediterranean Sea, or a life-threatening mining activity or forest fire or forest fires as not only regional disasters maybe, or events, but also as social events, social actors, most significantly. This perspective challenges the traditional human-centered view of society and emphasizes the interconnectedness of humans and non-human entities by including nature in the concept of society. The letter highlights the importance of considering the environment in social and political discussions. And on the other hand, Machine with his politics of earth, Mbappe contends that political systems not only control people's lives, but also their deaths. We can grasp that the death and life of human beings and other living beings can be determined by the same mechanisms. However, we can establish links between, for instance, the death of the Mediterranean Sea due to salinization and pollution, and the death of migrants trying to cross the sea. According to Mbappe, in the age of late capitalism, contemporary capitalism, the world is being Africanized. In other words, exploitation has spread everywhere. Mbappe argues that the economic systems of domination and control that originated in Africa during the colonial era have now become legalized perpetuated exploitation on a worldwide scale. In order to create the politics of Earth in the late capitalist era, we must decenter the influence of exceptionalism and reconcile national history. In this case, we must put the operation of a policy of restoration and mutual survival that recognizes the existence and rights of nature. Well, that's our discussion. It's going to be based on a number of issues. The first one is deforestation. Deforestation is a multi-sided, multi-aspected issue, from forest fires to mining and construction and forestry. The forest serves as a place of employment, as well as a vital component of the local culture since the antiquity. And on the other hand, one is experiencing a very rapid loss of good land. In the last 2 decades, more than half of the forest loss in Turkey occurred in Muğla, as well as because this city was the home of great pine forests. Forest fires were responsible for, nearly half of the economic loss in the last 2 decades, and the impact of deforestation on local communities, particularly women, is the great disruption of the ability to sustain sustainable relationships with ecosystems and extends essential resources. Those are the pictures that we are taking of research. The pictures on the left is the photograph from the forest fires in 2021. On the top right is a picture of such cuts from original silicon Crises. And there are local trees in Sandras Mountain. That's from 2022. Our second discussion is about extractivism. Well, there are large-scale energy projects devastating ecological impacts in Muğla over the last 4 decades. There are many mines from coal, Bolivian, asbestos, many marble mines, and cement raw materials. And these projects are linked to deforestation, habitat destruction, pollution of air and water resources in the region. Loss of water is a very significant issue. The local communities have been negatively affected by the loss of natural resources and the destruction of their way of life. And the women are in the forefront of grassroots environmental activism since the 1980s. They struggle to protect their values and biodiversity. Now, in Turkey, especially in the case of mining and energy projects, the women are the actors who began the significant environmental activism in Turkey, and Muğla is one of the major points of environmental activism in Turkey. So it's very important. On the right, it's from 1990s, 1980s. Now on the left, it's a very recent picture from July last year. Young urban people in the villages, they are trying to the forests from coal miners. But they cut the forest and mining plants. But it's a lifestyle migration, uncontrolled construction projects. As a tourism resort, there's another impression from major construction projects from Belgium on the west to India in the east. There are many important centers of semi-mass tourism. The forests were cut, agricultural fields were opened for making construction of tourism resorts, as well as residences. Today, we try pressure of construction continues and large and uncontrolled construction projects are part of the destructive process. And with COVID-19 pandemic, this process increased and enlarged, and took a picture of uncontrolled construction, an endless picture of construction. Uncontrolled construction and population increase causes a lot of diversity and negatively affects the subsistence and the lives of the women and the children. Women are still segregated from decision making. Two pictures from Mula. On the left is a picture of housing from the villages, and on the right is a mean wide road to Isus Beach. Isus Beach is significant because it's the home of Karata sea turtles. And from 1980s to today, it has been the home of environmental activism. They also the land, unfortunately. What is that of the sea? The destruction of marine life in the Mediterranean is a direct result of human activities such as overfishing and pollution. Small family fishing is no longer practiced. The sea is damaged by trawling. There is a decline in fish species. Buildings on beaches make it impossible for sea turtles to survive. Marine biologists point that corals in the Mediterranean are dying like trees in a bird forest. Every day, Mediterranean is losing more and more of its life, primarily due to civilization and microplastic pollution. And women and children are particularly vulnerable to the effects and loss of marine diversity, storms, and the kind of subsistence issue. Pictures are true, are very ironic, I think. On the right-hand side is a text from Napoli was the former Minister of Environmental Organization of Turkey. He's now struggling to become the mayor of Istanbul. The picture in the other is which I just mentioned, this not forget that the modernity causes irreparable damage to the environment, nature, and the marine ecosystem. This protects our seas and coasts, not the water. It has been one of the actors behind the pollution, especially in decision-making parts. And on the left-hand side is a picture from Telegraph is the state news agency of Turkey. And in 2022, they shared a picture, a photograph from sea cleaning in Mula. It's also ironic. And finally, it's a private tax in the Mediterranean. Migrants trying to migrate to Europe because of conflict, oppression, hunger, natural disasters, lack of economic opportunity in their countries, use the agency road and the rest of the Mediterranean. According to missing migrants database, there are at least 20,000 migrants missing in the Mediterranean Sea since 2014. Every year, hundreds of migrants lose their lives in this war. Children and women are particularly vulnerable to the negative consequences of illegal migration, including trafficking, health issues, and different forms of gender-based violence besides migrant deaths. Job is very dangerous. In a migrant space, the possibility of job or being intercepted by authorities and sent back to their home countries. Well, for that, just a screenshot from BNet. It's a Turkish news website. From 2021, about number of migrants died in the agency. On the right-hand side of this picture, there are other views from different years, from 2018, 2019, 2020. There are many similar issues happening in the region. Coming to the discussion and conclusions, eco-social crisis, disasters, mining and uncontrolled construction projects, given the effects of the climate crisis, for instance, mineral fires combined with aggressive mining and energy projects that serve the interests of capital, make it impossible to sustain large and majority in these areas. The operational subordination of urban is intensified with the deepening of the social crisis. To overcome the social and social challenges, participatory politics are essential. There must be politics of course that function in which all the individuals participate. We must negotiate systems and lifestyles that take into account the barrier of non-human life in addition to development. Mines, forests, seas cannot be the exclusive property of global firms, companies. It's also necessary to defend the rights of local communities that depend on forests, small-scale family fishing and agriculture. Seas, forests, and natural resources ought to be handled in a pluralistic, inclusive, and cooperative way. Local communities can teach us about sustainability. The future of the area doesn't require capitalism. Exploitative public driven policies. Policies that are open, equitable, co-managed, restorative, and crisis resilient are necessary. Now, in this strategy, ecosystems and biodiversity will be preserved for upcoming generations by giving local populations and the environment's welfare. Our first priority, we can further build and maintain an area that's more resilient and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to ask you, how is pressure of women intensified due to environmental degradation? What was that relation of women and the forest and with still women protesting?
I can say something operational women and deforestation and mining activities, they are same result of capitalist patriarchy. There is a change in oppression and subordination, and as we know from feminists, patriarchy sees nature and women, they were just something given and subordinate. So there is a systematic logic which subordinates and operates both nature and women and workers and the other living beings. This is the reason that they listen together. Thank you.
During the forest fires, we see no women present in the extinguishing of the fire and fire, always in the armed forefront. They are kept behind, exclusively kept behind.
Hi, thank you very much for this interesting presentation. I would like to ask because I saw some photographs of demonstrations. Are there any local organizations, is there any the community help pressure the government to implement policies not to protect the environment in that area? is basically organized effort from the local community towards the government in order to provide policies that will deal with all those problems that you mentioned.
In my personal account, it's obvious that there's strong local grassroots movements. People protect their homes, rivers, forests. They are local people. But when the issue comes, if they can affect the government's implementations, I think it is difficult in Turkey.
Due to the political giant.
I think they cannot change the situation, but there is strong local movements since 2 decades. When we look if they can affect the government implementations or capitalist investments, I think it's difficult to say yes, but there is strong oppositions.
So maybe informal ways. Informal ways.
Yeah, informal ways. Like grassroots movements.
Maybe I can add that those grassroots movements, platforms actually, they are platforms. The associations maybe.
Yeah.
They involve the participation of the villagers, locals, and the urban newcomers. It's very significant. They bring together the urban markets and the local villagers. It's very important, I guess.
Thank you. I have a practical maybe question. Is this, I understand this is an ongoing research. Yeah. Are you planning to write a book or an article? Because I think that it is too broad. Yeah. So is it a book plan or an article that you intend to write? Because I think in an article you cannot, I can see how you can put everything in it.
It's long-term research. We already wrote something, and we are planning to write.
Yeah.
So it is contemporary and long research. I wrote something on human and solidarity between forests. This is a recent piece from this research.
In Turkish, we learn about the forest fires. We conduct a number of projects, research projects for Turkey.
Thank you very much. So, thank you. I think this is the end of this panel. That we really, me and Alexandros are part of it, and we try to make Greek research relevant to the research community. Without further ado, I'm giving the floor.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want us to say something more about GPG.
No, great. The PSA is Political Studies Association in the UK. So basically, we just have this group that deals with political scientists, that deal with issues on Greece, doing research. It doesn't mean that you have to do it in order to participate in the group. And yeah, we just we're out there. We try to be really engaged, especially with young scholars. It doesn't cost you a penny to follow us. And yeah, basically we try just, especially living and working abroad, to have this kind of network of engaging in a research that relates to Greece. And this is who we are. And today we're privileged actually to host this panel, not host, for sponsor this panel on Greece. And of course, like over pandemic, I'm not going to talk about what I was supposed to do because the data are not there. So I'm going to present something more conceptualized that I'm building on. My current focus is on populist crisis, and what I'm going to talk to you about is this relationship. So it's just like a more conceptualized topic. Why is that? I think it was so basically, sorry, there. I love talking about populism, especially more to, I love talking about populism, especially to foreigners, because Greek academics love populism. And in case maybe you have read the name, Takis is one of the leading names on studying populism for years, and he has this cartoon that discusses that. So if you're interested in a little bit more light approach to politics, which I'm very fond of, you can find it on his website. So what I'm going to talk to you about today, you're going to see lots of irrelevant comments and comments on that, is take you a little bit back, not without emphasizing that much on what is populism, again, in terms of context. Why it's important to talk about populism and what is the relationship to democracy, because this is what I'm interested in, and talking about this kind of relationship to democracy, populism, and crisis. It's actually the essence of this conference. Right, so the story goes far along throughout the years, especially the latest 30 to 40 years. There's this kind of discussion about decline of democracy, backsliding, democratic erosion, and so on and so forth. And populism is highly connected to that tendency when it comes to democracies. And that's one of the reasons that actually we talk so much about understanding the impact of populism when it comes to what does it do to democracy. And the different kind of approaches, of course, are not the doomsday approach. Actually, populism has a major negative impact on democracy, and this is my approach to studying it and understanding it in order to prevent as much as we can in terms of that. If you're familiar with it, which I hope you're interested are, the general approach of what is populism, how to understand it, is basically the state-centered ideology, as coming from Ude. I was reading about on Twitter at some point, and someone was commenting, talking about populism. They were like, I'm so tired of referencing Ude every time I talk about populism. But it's impossible not to, at least as a starting point about understanding the concept of populism. So it's a state-centered ideology that means that it cannot stand alone, but it is connected with a major ideology per se. So it's just like, let's say, you're a far-right party, and you're populist, so it attaches to far-right ideologies, or from the other side, the left party can be a populist party, but it's a pure ideology is what defines it. And what it does, it actually makes a distinction between us, whatever us represents as a group, a homogeneous group, however we define it as the pure people towards the corrupt elite, towards the establishment, towards the other, whatever it is. So again, I'm not going to emphasize that much, but what it does, it actually talks about how major politics have left behind expressing the volonté générale of the people that actually are the forefront of what should be represented and is left behind, and therefore populism stands for that group, for the benefit of that group. And again, I don't want to say a lot, although I'm actually saying a lot, it creates kind of morality and creates kind of polarization within the society. It's us, yes, but we are the good people, and then that they are bad. And that's, again, it's like, in a way, when we talk about politics, it's always going to be one group against the other. But what the populist basically does, creates this kind of morality argument when it comes to create this, to highlight this kind of separation among these groups. Again, some very minor clarifications. Populism is pro-democracy. It's not against, but it's pro and anti-liberal democracy. So again, if we want to think about it in a little bit more broad spectrum, just like where we lose this kind of liberties of what represents liberal democracy, and where do we move when we talk about this kind of backsliding of democracy, losing the liberties that we have, and therefore populism contributes to that. Again, post ideology, left and right. I love stereotypes generally, usually from the left. Again, in Greece, we have populist parties, or we had seen populist parties like Syria, or the Podemos in Spain, and of course Latin American 50s, situation there. But when you go a little bit northern, there's a little bit more to the right. I blame the climate. But of course, I'm sure there are reasons that contribute to why we see this kind of phenomenon. That maybe it's a good reason about how the weather definitely affects population attitudes in different countries. But when it comes to at least following the argument of Meyer, well, there is a crisis in democracy, and populist plays a major role in terms of that. And the broader puzzle is to understand what is happening to liberal democracies and what is the role of populism. Again, democracy in the on the definitions, again, very, I mentioned Nude, but of course, a very different, again, Greeks love theoretically approach to populism, Strakakis, stuff like that. But there are ideological approaches, identifying populism as those ideologies, more strategically how to organize a mobilization based on so how populist parties basically use this kind of mobilization strategize to get support or more to the social political, social cultural approaches where they talk about this kind of differences among society and how populist parties emerge. But definitely there is a challenging way to define populism. And here just I'm trying to make a bridge here when it comes to crisis. This was plays an important role nevertheless. It has to do about how you argue of what kind of representation you offer to the electorate. And at least on the way that I approach this discourse is essential in order to understand it. Because it creates this kind of essence and it creates kind of meaning, as Professor Hariadis was saying, there is a bridge here. Professor Hariadis was mentioning earlier. So that was on populism and crisis, if it makes sense. Typically, I made this on the blame, so hopefully it makes sense. But democracy and crisis, remember, first. So there is. If you look at the theory of populism, you would see in the first 5 paragraphs, introduction, that populism is connected to crisis. And we take that for granted. So, and also, when you see, if you look at a little bit of moral electoralism, you see that when there is a crisis, a bit of a crisis, whatever we understand it, I'm going to talk about it in a bit, there is a big of populist parties, and suddenly like, oh, this happened, the populism suddenly rose. But when it comes to actually looking at the connection of what is actually the relationship, what do we see this kind of thing, things get a little bit more broad because there are not that many studies out there that try to bring data to explain what is happening when there is a crisis and when it's populism beyond just the electoral performance. So on the conceptualization of crisis, there were previously, again, mostly I will refer to luckily what Professor Zacharias was saying, the different kind of crises that are highlighted. When we talk about crisis, we talk about 3 notions of threat, urgency, and uncertainty. There is a threat because something has happened. There is a necessity to solve a problem. It has to do about this kind of how we manage it. And there is an uncertainty about what is happening and when it is going to be resolved or whatever the issues are. However, what I want to highlight of how I study crisis is more, especially in the relationship to populism, it's the theory of crisis about crises are socially constructed. And whenever someone mentions a crisis, it doesn't have to be, we think about natural disasters, a fire, a flood, or we think about economic crisis, something that we can see. But when we talk about politics, if I claim crisis exists because I construct, it's socially constructed, again, it comes from there. And what we see, especially when we come to populist parties, they cry of crisis all the time. It's not just about economic crisis that actually everybody is talking about. They can cry about anything because they have nothing to lose. Here, if we look at it, winning or gaining, they don't have much to lose. They're not, most of them are not in power. They can say they still try to, whatever, attract the electorate, win, emphasize more on polarization. It happens. So the crisis, per se, creates this kind of open, in the literature, it's windows of opportunities. They create this kind of windows of opportunities for new arguments to emerge, and this is what populism does. So here, where the populism actually comes, and again, it's a set of settings more relevant, because here is where policy change plays a role. In order to solve the crisis, you try to find solutions. Think of the gun control in New Zealand. An event happens, new policy with regards to gun control emerges. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Because again, this is in terms of the bridge, just to highlight it. It's this panel that actually I'm completely disconnected of what comes afterwards. So probably you're asleep or hungry and you don't want to be here. You really want to be here. So how we bring populism and crisis together? I strongly believe that it's essential to look at what before Professor Hariadis touched upon, to bring theories of crisis management and crisis exploitation to understand this relationship. What we said, when we talk about crisis, populism, one of the approaches it comes from Moffitt. Again, there are not that many studies that deal with this relationship, but Moffitt says that actually it can be internal and external of how populist actors basically deal with that. Externally, it's where we see the most, that actually crisis creates this kind of windows of opportunities, because again, more distrust always, based on what populism stands, more distrust always established parties, distrust about whatever other opposition is, targeting the other, or whoever that might be. Therefore, populists have a little bit more space in order to gain electoral support. But what is missing is actually looking internally, and this is what actually I'm really interested in. How basically populist actors scream of crisis, how internally they conceptualize and use the essence of what crisis does, again, threat, uncertainty, urgency, and how they use that as part of the discourse. How do they frame it? And this is what, because if you remember this kind of critical steps, that sense-making, meaning-making, that if you were paying attention to the keynote, this is where it plays to the meaning-making of the crisis. What do I mean, and how do I interpret it as a populist, and what does it mean for me? And that lays on theories of discourse that are highly connected on the theory of populism itself. So what I'm saying, 2 minutes, what I'm saying basically is we shouldn't talk about external and internal, but we should talk about what I call for the first time, a symbiotic relationship. We need to study them together, not just what the crisis does externally, but how the crisis is used internally by populist actors to see the effect that this has in terms of the effect that it has performed. This is how connected to the last slide. A lot of leadership, whatever, I don't think we're interested in terms of that. But again, populism has many phases, again, on the doomsday of populism and the impact, the negative impact that it has on democracy. Therefore, it's essential, again, in order to understand it, to bring crisis exploitation, in order to study it more thoroughly methodologically of what this relationship is beyond that. And again, that it takes you back to the core of how to conceptualize populism crisis together as a common frame. That's it. Thank you so much.
So I forgot to introduce Dr. Wilson as assistant professor at Leiden University. And the title of the panel, which is Crises. So maybe questions now?
Yes, and I forgot to say this is part of a project that actually it's a part. This is my theoretical framework, and what I'm doing a case study on Greece. But again, data is not. I got half of the data, and I thought, in order to do half of the job, let me do no job whatsoever and just stick on the theory. But my approach is actually see how populist actors use crisis, and the next step is to see how mainstream markets respond to populist claims of crisis. So that's part of where this starts. It makes a little bit sense to look at the more holistic. Yeah, and you're going to used to be my students, so I'm very proud of it. My former students remembering me.
Students that have grown quite a lot.
Yes.
questions?
Hi, thank you very much for this presentation. A lot of information. That's for sure. I would like to ask you, so you are trying to investigate the connection between crisis and the rate of populism. This is the first question. And the second question, because I think that there's a lot of discussion about populism, what is not populism. Is it about the rhetoric or the policy implementation? Because I think that all the parties on the right of the opposition in place during the crisis were populist. Samaras win the elections with Zapi 1, Zapi 2, Zapi 3. And when he actually got the government, he implemented the program that was the program that was supposed from the Troika implemented. I don't discuss if this was correct or not. And he lost the elections due to his program. Also, because I saw Tsipras, he won also the elections, made most of the times is a typical example of populism, but in his second period of government, the economic policy was a strict economic policy, and also the press and the acknowledgement of North Macedonia was something that was not populist. That's why he lost also the elections. So I would like to ask if actually populism has to do with what we are saying when we don't have the government, or it has to do with government policies. When we win the elections and we have to implement within very strict framework certain policies.
Okay.
That's my two questions.
Yeah. No, I don't study how basically what happened in terms of crisis and how they gain electoral support. This is something that we observe, and that's the extended part. And actually, this is most of the studies that bring populism and crisis together. This is what they're focusing on. I'm not interested in that. It not in my case, right? I'm interested more. I study populism, and the way I use it is as part of communication. I'm a political. I do politics. I think when it comes to more policy implementation, it's more what we had yesterday about when populism was mentioned.
I wasn't here yesterday.
You missed it. So whose fault is that? Fine, I'm not like any but yeah, so it's but you're 100% right. My background is far-right politics. And when I used the populism 20 years ago, I look older, I look younger than I am. When I was talking about populism, we were studying populism back then, it was directly just with the right parties. We didn't do anything else back then when we studied the Western European politics. But now, the conceptualization again, the theory of defining populism, it's much more broad because we saw in Europe left parties emerging as populist parties. So I'm not engaging at all with a theoretical argument about populism, and I use it as a communication tool. So I talk to you about that. But you're looking about what happens. So there is research about what happens to populist parties when they come to government. There is a paper as well. We know this externally. But actually, it has to do about how representative it is this kind of argument that happens, and of course, populism drops. The populist rhetoric drops because therefore you are the mainstream parties. And there is also this kind of is also connected with the misinterpretation that mainstream parties cannot be populist parties. For some reason we always think of the margins, but this is not true either. But populism is not black and white. There's different kind of shades of levels of populism. And this is still an issue about how to measure it. There are not many studies, and there's still a lot of methodological debate about how are we going to be able to grasp that, because yes, it's us versus them, but it's not just that. But to conclude your question, yes, it's a communication tool, it's part of the discourse, that's the reason it's how you frame it and how you use it as part of your argument. Just like to create this kind of narrative.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, no worries, of course.
Thank you. I'm going to use the power of the chair and stop the question.
Yeah, of course. Sorry. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm going to invite the next presenter, who is Dr. Kamiaris, and he's going to present us. He's also a part of the Institute of European Integration Policy, a research fellow, and he's going to present his presentation titled Unprepared and the Finance for Both, Mapping Climate Adaptation Efforts in Disaster-Stricken Regions. Often the floor is yours. Welcome. He just arrived from Morocco, so actually for another conference. So I hope you're alive and with us.
Alive, yes. Trying to be with you as well, to connect. It's a pleasure to be part of this wonderful panel organization. My title is Underprepared, Underfinanced, or both, mapping climate adaptation efforts in disaster-stricken regions. This is also part of a running project under the Greek Politics Specialist Group Research Assistance I'm doing, the title of which is the Politics of Climate Resilience in Greece. So this is a work in progress. And let me start by briefly addressing why focus on climate adaptation. We know that we are in a state of climate crisis, but we give much more attention to climate mitigation, meaning the prevention and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions to make the impacts of climate change less severe. And we don't give that much attention to adaptation, which is the adjustment to the already existing changes that we experience due to climate change. And this is despite the fact that according to UNEP, the Environmental Program of the United Nations, we know that emissions keep rising, so impacts will be even more severe, which means that normally we would need much more efforts of adaptation. This is why adaptation becomes important, because inadequate mitigation efforts make adaptation all the more relevant nowadays. I won't bother you a lot with these. These are just some facts and figures on the cost of climate change, the economic cost. And we know since the mid-2000s that the cost of climate change would be huge if we don't act. This would mean, for example, that there could be a loss of 20% of the global GDP by 2100. And that early action would outweigh the cost of not acting. And from a relevant report of the Bank of Greece, we know that the same is true for Greece. In our case, we could lose $700 billion by 2100. So the models that were used in this report told us that acting against climate change would cut GDP losses by at least 50%. But do we act on the warnings in general, in the global setting, and in Greece? We know from, again, the United Nations disaster risk reduction that in the last 20 years, between 2000 and 2019, climate-related disasters have almost doubled compared to the previous 20 years, 1980 to 1999. And also, again, from the United Nations Environmental Program, we know that 8 out of the 10 countries globally have adopted a law, strategy, or plan concerning climate adaptation, but they do less and less in terms of implementation, and this also includes financing adaptation efforts. So the gap between what should we be doing concerning adaptation and what we are actually doing is growing. And this is due to a relevantly lenient international, European, and national framework, as we'll see, because the international climate treaties have been even less strict about adaptation than they are about mitigation. And in the EU as well, we had a green paper and a white paper in 2007 and 2010, briefly addressing adaptation and how the EU should go forward with that. And the first strategy was adopted in 2013, just encouraging member states to adopt their own strategies. There was a review of that in 2017-2018 by when all countries had an adaptation plan, despite the lenient framework. And we also had, after the European Green Deal, we had a review of the strategy, which became a bit more strong. But this has not really affected Greece in a good way, in the sense that we started caring about adaptation in 2011 with the report I already told you about. We adopted our national strategy in 2016, which was a general strategic planning, and all the measures would be decided later on by the 13 regional adaptation strategies that each of the 13 big regions should adopt. In 2016-2017, we adopted two laws that laid down the procedure for planning, approving, and revising the regional adaptation strategies and defined their scope. But there was no timeline or deadline for the adoption of these strategies. And here we see that the first strategy actually were adopted in 2018 and 2019. Some of them also were adopted in 2023, so it means that it took about 6 years for the regions to start implementing those strategies. And we still have 2 regions that haven't adopted yet one such strategy. Their impact assessments were in public consultation recently, in the end of in late 2023. So we're expecting that they will adopt their strategies as well. But what is more striking is that Thessaly, which was recently stricken, does not have an adaptation plan adopted. We would have anyway a gap between adoption and implementation, but it was striking. Yes, so to trace the case of Thessaly, in 2019, late 2019, the study for the adaptation strategy was subcontracted to a relevant actor. In 2020, the strategy was put in public consultation, but since then we're somehow losing trace of the strategy because we had consecutive deadline extensions about the project that was contracted, and this resulted in, of course, Daniel hitting. And we only got 1 week ago, so sorry, this is the 1st of March, it says. Actually, 1 week ago, the impact assessment of the regional strategy was endorsed by the regional council of Thessaly. So we see that we're way back than we should be. And this is despite all the data we had for many years. This is a table that I took and mixed with and played a bit with the data from our national adaptation strategy, which counts the relative vulnerability of each region in terms of the production, of the productivity, of each region in different sectors, from health to transport and many other sectors. I think in total it was 9 of them. And we see that if we take an average of the vulnerability of each region, we see that Thessaly is the 4th most vulnerable region in Greece, and we know that it was also vulnerable in terms of the economic losses projected, again, under the report of the Bank of Greece. The expected losses until 2100 for Thessaly in terms of climate adaptation were about 2,000 euros, and that was a really low sum. If you imagine that the estimated costs of Daniel were around 1.5 billion. So even the projections we had back then of non-acting or non-taking measures on adaptation were far outweighed by a single by a single catastrophe. So what I'm going to do next is there is a renewed report of the Bank of Greece pending, which also changes the methodology and actually incorporates the vulnerability of each region in a better way, taking into account social, economic, and physical vulnerability of each region, which should, of course, be taken into consideration when reviewing the regional strategies. So we're waiting for those data and see the new picture, because it's been more than 10 years since the previous one. I would also like to examine whether Thessaly's regional action plan and the impact assessment are aligned with the vulnerability status either of the previous or the new report, depending on when it will be published. And I would also like to identify projects and funds allocated, to specific projects, financially wise, because we need to see whether funds are channeled the right way, and also to see the reconstruction scheme under the lenses of the alignment with vulnerability and the financial goals, and also explore the possibility of adding the cases of aerosol roads wildfires, which were regions that had already adopted strategies, and see if there is any relevance to the adoption of the strategy and as well as the implementation of it. But some preliminary concluding thoughts, maybe conclusions may be drawn. We see that adaptation efforts are even less intense than the mitigation ones, and this is also due to a very limited institutional framework. So it needs to become stricter, and especially Greece must pressure its regions according to the pending review of the Bank of Greece to review their adaptation strategies and take into account the new vulnerability data. It also has to be mainstreamed in other policies, because we have put all our efforts up until now to climate mitigation, and this is not enough, because reality has a tendency of surpassing us. Thank you. So yes, vulnerability needs to be seriously taken into account, and of course, Thessaly needs to put its regional adaptation strategy in place really quickly and take into account all the damages by Daniel. So for now, this must be all. Thank you very much.
I think we should keep the same structure and ask for questions if there is any.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to clarify, you mentioned it in your next step. When we say that, for example, Macedonia has already adopted the adaptation, well, have they done anything? Have they implemented anything?
That would be that we would need to go case by case and see from implementation from planning to implementation what happens. But here I think the most striking thing was that Thessaly was actually really prone to disasters and all the projections of economic losses and have done nothing. So I don't know for sure to answer that. We would need to go case by case. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for your presentation. I'm thinking about my subject of research and my subject of presentation during this conference. In the domain of cultural heritage protection and preservation, for example, there are many projects financed, both by national sources and foreign sources, and managed by Greek authorities or by the European Union, and have to do with using technologies for risk management, for example, using sensor technologies, fire protection, landscape of anarchy. I mean, there are many parallel efforts, and we do not have a clear picture of the good practices or the viable practices or the practices that could be adopted by national authorities and the private sector as well. Towards the adaptation. Does that happen in general as well?
As far as I've seen, first of all, the National Adaptation Strategy encourages regions to work together and find synergies in different sectors. But I don't think they have to this point. And especially, I mean, it also depends on the geographical space of Greece. One of the most vulnerable sectors in all regions was agriculture. And then there we could have had some synergies, especially between neighboring regions. But there are no such efforts. It's like we're siloed.
Are there any landscape in research projects?
There have been agriculture. Yeah. I haven't seen any of them, at least with the participation of the regions or local authorities. The private sector has some projects. Also, the ministry has a huge project which is Adaptive Greece, under which the strategies are adopted. But no, they're quite sparse and scarce, I would say. I haven't seen any synergies taking place at the moment. And although they also adopt the strategies through EU funding, so there is a lot of money that could be used in this way, but no, at this point.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation and the data and those two interesting, very interesting figures, tables we saw. I would like to ask you, those national adaptation strategies or regional, how the member states of the European Union are obliged to develop such a program?
They're not
officially cohesion policy.
It depends. What I meant about the institutional framework that is lenient is one of those things, because in the climate mitigation policy, we see that the EU is very active and it's actually obliging member states to do a lot of things, even if it's in the form of directives, so it leaves them room on how to implement those things. But the adaptation strategy is just the wording in the document was just encourage member states.
That's motivate.
Yeah. So I mean, all of them have an adaptation strategy, a national one, but it doesn't tell them if it should be handled by the central government or whether they should outsource it to the regional authorities or not. So that's what we did in Greece.
So this was a decision in Greece to...
I don't know what you about that.
So there was a decision of Greece to outsource this
Probably yes. But I think it's one of the good practices in environmental policy making in Greece, because we tend to do it from top down, from the central government. But yeah, there's no obligation. And that says a lot about the EU's priorities as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, just wait power and solve the questions. And so very much. Yes. At the National University of Athens, and
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to present some of my work here. Among academic experts, students, and of course my lovely friends that we have started together our academic trip 14 years ago. And I will be quick because as Billy said, we are all hungry and tired. So today I will speak about the term hegemony and the different aspects of the phenomenon. And when we speak about hegemony, the first person who comes into our minds is the Italian Antonio Gramsci. Gramsci wrote his famous prison notebooks in a fascist prison in the late 20s, concerned with the problem of understanding societies, and especially with the meaning of fascism and the possibility of an alternative form of state society based on working class people of Italy. From the late 20s until today, Gramsci's conception of hegemony has so many different readings, dependent on time and space, and of course always concerned with specific political questions, circumstances, and uses. In this work, I would like to include these different readings of Gramsci's theory and its neo-Gramscian shades of hegemony, European and Greek reality, and particularly to the debates of the Greek left-wing coalition government of Syriza. In the beginning, I will start with the Gramscian term of hegemony, and I will comment on its limit in the societies of social forms of the 21st century, and add its uses into international relations. Having described the status quo, I will take Gramsci and put it in the European and Greek context. Gramsci's hegemony, the concept of hegemony first appeared in Gramsci's work in 1926, and it was introduced in the following way. The proletariat can become the leading and the dominant class to the extent that it succeeds in creating a system of alliances which allows it to mobilize the majority of the working population against capitalism and the bourgeois state. In Italy, in the real class relations which exist there, this means to the extent that it succeeds in gaining the consent of the broad peasant masses. This concept has many important elements, but I will focus into the system of alliances and consent. We have, but it's not clear from this quote, but when he speaks about hegemony, Gramsci overcomes the economy, which derives from the idea of the simple class alliance, and creates the complex superstructure, civil society, and state. In brief, the important aspect of superstructure is that the domain of civil society, schools, church, media, which contribute to the formation of social and political consciousness, has priority over the political society, public administrations, government, etc., in which the first coincides with the moment of consent, and the latter captures the role of force or coercion. In other words, the ruling group needs to win the consent of the governed by establishing authority in civil society, and not just by virtue of their economic position or control over the state and government. The ruling group must achieve intellectual and moral leadership and not just a political supremacy. This high synthesis, which is involved in Gramsci's hegemony, is the achievement of intellectual and moral leadership by forging a new collective will to the sake of common political objectives, beliefs, and practices by different social groups. Here comes the role of the modern prince, the role of the party, which is taken an analogy of Machiavelli's prince, and
the model prince cannot be a real person, but a revolutionary party which will take action through its intellectuals to shape its collective will. This procedure can only be completed by replacing the pre-existent solid structure, developing within it another dominant structure, and formulating the so-called historic block. And now we're moving from hegemony to the hegemony of the European superstructure, moving beyond the state-centric emphasis. Having written his work in the 20s, Antonio Gramsci couldn't imagine how bizarre the hegemonic project would be 100 years later. That is the reason why the state remained, for him, the place where social conflicts take place, and therefore where hegemonies can be built. We have the work of Cox, who took Gramsci from the state level and moved it forward to the global society, and brought closer the inability to explain how the agents formulated in today's words. But Cox thoughts didn't go further away from the national context. In the context of Europe, and especially Greece, we can't speak of the hegemony of the state, but by social groups operating through states and other institutions. Moving beyond the state-centric emphasis, it is needed to analyze the role of hegemony in the supranational agencies, such as the European Union. There can be no doubt that the internal form of domestic political decision-making has been changed throughout the years, as Dikeos and Chakroli have written in the past. The domestic politics and the EU affairs are constantly somehow entangled. The political actors playing at the domestic arena are somehow obliged to mingle with the EU arena as well. From the Euro to the European treaties that have created new mechanisms for supervision, the relations of power in the economic level have been changed. Also, there is a huge change in the formation of the political system, and also the beliefs, the practice of the civil society in a more European way. That is why it is much needed now to change from a more state-centric conception of hegemony to a European aspect of hegemony. And having Gramsci's theory putting in the EU concept, we have apart from the obvious economic aspect, as I said, with the supervision, the Euro, the European Central Bank, the capital controls, all these coercive aspects of hegemony, we have the European Union has achieved throughout this year to hegemonize also politically and socially the member states. From the one hand, politically by the creation of so many important institutions, the European courts, the European internal legal system, the European directives, European Committee, Parliament, and so many things. And from the other hand, the social hegemony in the civil society with the intellectual and moral leadership could be seen even from the Greek books funded by the EU or our Institute of European Integration Policy at our university. But from the European hegemony to Syriza's coalition government, I took into account Stuart Hall's work explaining Thatcherism and the crisis of the British left with Gramscian terms, and I found the similarities with Syriza, that they could have so many things in common with the Labour Party, regardless of the fact that the British Labour Party was in crisis. Instead, Syriza was in power. Hall said about Gramsci's theory that every crisis is also a moment of reconstruction, that there is no destruction without is not also reconstruction. We have destruction and again reconstruction and reconstruction. But when the left talks about the crisis, they don't understand that the disruption of the normal functioning of the old economic, social, cultural orders provides the opportunity to reorganize it in new ways, to reconstruct and refashion modernized move ahead. This is not happened in the case. Syriza didn't take, they can take advantage of the situation, and the practice was, as Paul said, that now a political party of the left, however much it's centered on government, on winning elections, has exactly this kind of decision before it. So Syriza wanted to govern, and as we will see in the last slide, we see about the transformismo of Gramsci. Labor, and in contrast with Syriza, and we can relate it to these left parties, still does secretly believe that there is a little bit of leeway left in the old economic corporate Keynesian game. It does think it could go back to a little of Keynesianism here, a little bit of the welfare state there, but that option is now closed. It's exhausted. And that was a quote from Paul about the Labour Party, and it's obvious that we can relate to Syriza's case. But taking into consideration Paul's view about the Labour Party and making a parallel image of Syriza in the Greek crisis, in the above-mentioned European hegemony, it is obvious that there was an inevitable failure of Syriza to formulate a historic bloc, as the government couldn't use the crisis to reconstruct hegemony. And we have transformismo of Syriza. Gramsci warns us in the notebooks that the crisis is not an immediate event, but a process. It can last for a long time and can be very, very differently resolved by restoration, by reconstruction, or by passive transformation. And Syriza ended as an indicated case of the Gramscian transformismo. The famous term of transformismo invented by Gramsci when the actionists failed to pose a distinct alternative to the moderate conservative program of government and were themselves victims of moderate hegemony. These terms involve the continuous absorption of the party and its neutralization of their interests in such a way as to prevent it from opposing the hegemonic project. Transformismo is an index of dominance without a hegemony. And even a minister of Syriza said, and the Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras indicated, Syriza had the government but not the power. And in conclusion, we have Gramsci's work that gives us not the tools with which to solve a puzzle, but the means with which to ask the right questions about the politics of the 21st century. And secondly, that Syriza has managed to Europeanize the Greek case. Syriza's strike in its transformismo has reopened the debate about the hegemony in the EU and what kind of Europe we live and we want. We have the European elections in 2 months. And thirdly, and most importantly, that hegemony is like a pillow. It's absorbed blows, and sooner or later there will be an attacker who will find it comfortable to rest upon. So that was, I wasn't time. Thank you very much.
Any questions? No? Good. So, thank you. Excuse me, thank you, Esti. to this presentation. I guess is going to evolve more.
Of course, it's the beginning of a creative.
Okay. And we go to the last presentation, but certainly not least. Probably the Silvana Pesolea, the student of Atrocity.
I got this one. Sorry.
That's okay. You have the floor, and I very much looking to hear the presentation as it has to do with the youth, and it's more and more an interesting topic. So please.
So, hello everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. So, today's presentation emanates from the trend of the formerly disengaged Greek youth to return to politics. And it will seek to answer whether the youth of the second decade of the 2000s could be defined as radical based on their political behavior and worldview, as a significant portion of them has demonstrated. To that end, I will present data from my qualitative investigation that was conducted in 2016 and 2017. These empirical findings, as we will discuss later, scrutinize and ultimately moderate or even challenge this image of the radical youth, revealing a divergence between social radicalism on the one hand and political ideological radicalism on the other. Although the study took place a few years ago, I believe it still has it still retains its research interest for two principal reasons. Firstly, it provides an in-depth and qualitative exploration of a segment of the Greek youth which played a significant role in the political developments of the previous decade, while secondly, many of its findings have been partially confirmed by recent events, more notably the youth vote in the 2023 parliamentary elections. So by youth, this study refers to the men and women who experienced the 2008 crisis during their adolescence or early adulthood years, and are today in their 20s and 30s, potentially the upper end or even beyond the age category of youth. The financial crisis served as a significant resocializing as well as homogenizing factor for this age category, constituting them as a distinct political generation within Greek political culture. So, in this context, the previously non-participatory, according to all well-established indexes, Greek youth, begins to show strong signs of return to the political process, which were already evident in the events of December 2008. This return happened gradually, initially through direct action, such as the mass participation of young people in anti-austerity mobilizations in 2010-2011, and some from the research program Radicalism and Youth in Crisis in Greece, conducted from May 2016 to October 2017 at the Institute of Greek Politics under the scientific supervision of Professor Maloutas. In the context of the program, 234 semi-structured interviews were conducted in a sample of leftists, and I will explain that, youth aged 17 to 29 living in Athens. It was a convenient sample, partly collected using the snowball sampling method, and the sample criterion was voting for a left-wing party, namely Syriza, Communist Party of Greece, LAEV, Athens, in at least one of the two national electoral races of 2015, which were the most recent at the time of the survey. Additionally, 20 participants who systematically chose to abstain from the electoral process as a political position and also belong to the anarchist and anti-authoritarian states were included in the sample. For that, the criterion was self-identified as left-wing, and that is placing themselves in positions 0 to 3 on the 0 to 10 electoral axis. You can also see the sample characteristics. It was nearly evenly distributed between genders, with the majority aged between 20 and 25 years old. University students comprise the majority of the sample, 57%. And yeah, I think that's for the sample. Moving on now to the empirical investigation, I will focus on 5 points that outline the political profile of lesbians in Greece, at least according to the sample of the research. The first observation concerns the participants' political predisposition and actual political involvement. Research findings confirm the somewhat expected due to the sample characteristics, high level of political interest. We see that 87% say that they are very or quite interested in politics. About 46% of respondents participate or have participated in some political organization in collective. 48% have been involved in a civil society organization, while 89% participate in collective organizations. The second point relates to the reduced emphasis of the visionary element among respondents. When asked to describe their vision about Greek society in the future, the first spontaneous and prevailing response referred to the fulfillment of minimal material demands, primarily related to improving working conditions, the standards of living, restoring the welfare state, and tackling brain drain. Of course, considering that we talk about a period of financial crisis, in some ways somewhat expected. Some other respondents, around 21% of the sample, highlighted a more multidimensional vision. This included demands related to the political system, such as the fight against corruption and clientelism, and the restoration of the rule of law. It is also interesting that a few respondents, around 10%, pointed out a more general need to change our mentality, although the direction of this value transformation was not always specified. In any case, it should be mentioned that a fairly significant portion of respondents, about 1 in 4, have outlined, albeit roughly, a leftist or in some cases anarchist vision of society. However, even in these cases, sometimes these answers seem more like slogans and less like formulations of socio-political visions where a different model of organizing society, politics, and the economy was clearly recommended. In a similar vein, about half participants believed that their vision could not be realized in the next years, while over a quarter stated that there was no, nor could ever be, any actor capable of implementing it. Based on the above, we could say that there is a diffuse realism or even cynicism among young people, as well as a profound democratic deficit, evident in the mismatch between the participatory potential of young elected citizens and the practical possibilities of political engagement. Regarding their ideological positioning, we see 74% of young people in the sample placing themselves between 0 and 3 on the left-right axis, a percentage that varies depending on your past vote. As for the core issue, the very concept of political radicalism, the semantic confusion and discrepancies between the historical significance of the term and its current usage is reflected once again in this case. For the majority of respondents, radicalism is something innovative, against the status quo, original and conflictual, which brings about structural changes, yet without always being attributed with specific ideological content. Specifically, for most respondents, radicalism is generally seen as something confrontational or subversive. 48% will state that. Innovative or different also garner high percentages, around 20%, and only 9% of the sample explicitly connect radicalism with the values and visions of the left. It is striking that even among left-leaning youth, there is an infiltration of perceptions that ideologically function towards delegitimizing radicalism and not defining its historical content and role by identifying generally with extremism. Furthermore, it is interesting that although there is generally recognized the need for radical politics in Greece at the time, opinions are divided when it comes to their own self-identification as radicals. 54% cautiously respond that they consider or would like to consider themselves as radicals, but at the same time they emphasize the distance between radicalism as a concept, as an ideal, and what they themselves are or do. So radicalism appears as a characterization with quite high standards for individuals to be able to use it for themselves, even if they agree with it. Fourth point of interest concerns issues of broader individual and social rights. Here we observe indications of a strong social liberalism, which is sometimes expressed even as social radicalism, and is much more intense, consistent, and structured than its political counterpart. Specifically, the young people in the sample overwhelmingly support granting asylum to refugees, citizens to immigrants, while they are almost unanimously in favor of this absolute separation of church and state. They also express very positive attitudes towards same-sex marriage and adoption. The above findings, especially in conjunction with participants' overall responses, raise questions regarding the point from which they arise. It is perhaps the case that the Greek youth's modernized attitudes towards rights are not evidence of social radicalism, but on the contrary, suggest the dominance of a culture that emphasizes the right to personal expression in this field as well. Finally, but I won't take that much time, I think, there are also some other elements regarding participants' values, and especially their opinions on socialism and capitalism, which also attest to the same conclusions. So overall, in conclusion, although the existence of a significant participatory potential among the youth created expectations about the transformation of their fundamentally individualistic origin of their interventions, and despite the clear leftward shift in their electoral and wider political behavior, it does not seem that such ideological processes have taken place that would allow us to speak of the youth's radicalization in terms of complete process, even if we refer to those among them who are legitimately defined as left. The pervasive disappointment, the turn to realism, cynicism, and the absence of vision that permeate most of the sample's responses indicate the limits of any potential transformation. Moreover, in line with the overall fluidity of the ideological landscape, we see that even references to the left are not necessarily associated with a corresponding structure of the worldview, values, and social beliefs. It appears that being leftist in the early 2000s is a completely different life experience for the youth than it was for their parents' generation. Indeed, while young left-wing voters self-identify as radicals for the most part, they do not perceive radicalism primarily in terms of leftist values and practices, but rather located in the realm of the unconventional and novel. What emerges as the overall picture of contemporary Greek left-wing youth is a contradictory profile, with a divide between social radicalism, emphasizing acceptance of diversity and the multiplicity of identities, and political ideological radicalism, that less structured and explicit, and sometimes questioned by the supposed agents themselves. Ultimately, this youth is more socially progressive than politically radical. In fact, the progressive social attitudes identified may even accompany worldviews and visions of society that are not politically radical, with a libertarian authoritarian axis not necessarily aligning with that of left-right. This, at least to the extent observed in the current context, seems to constitute a new element of Greek political culture in alignment with similar trends in Western Europe. This is a final conclusion for today as well, where it has been confirmed that the left-wing vote was not at all consolidated and correct, precisely because it was not based on a value and ideological substrate of a structured leftist worldview. What seems to prevail in the new generation is a progressive, rights-based worldview, which by disconnecting social radicalism from its political content, can even coexist with a right-wing vote, as evidenced in the recent elections. So that's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina. Very interesting. Any questions? Yes.
I was curious, you talked about the sample a little bit at the beginning of like looking at left-wing students. I was curious if you had thought about like what might be similar or different, if there's sort of a similar source for thinking about right-wing students, and if the answer is there's no such source. Yeah, like would there be similarities between the two, between sort of the left-wing and the right-wing students, or no?
Well, I think that Oh, that would be an entirely different
Yeah.
research project, but I think that it would have been interesting if we could have maybe ask some of the questions to both samples. I think that's highly speculative.
Sure, yeah.
That we could find many similarities. Yes, I think that this social progressiveness of this generation, especially if we focus on the youth today, which is like not exactly the same age segment. I think we would find many similarities between left-wing and right-wing students, youth students necessarily, because I think that ultimately left-right has a diminished interpretive value at this point, even if it's still a significant vision, particularly in Greece.
Mm-hmm. It strikes me that the cynicism thing that you mentioned, right, and like disillusionment with the system might be a common.
Yeah, but also I think that it would have also been something in common. Mm-hmm. And also if you consider the time, I think we could have found many similarities there. I think mostly it would have been interesting if we could have, split the sample in three, and we could have right-wing, left-wing, and people could not identify as either of those two, and see the similarities there.
Any other question? Or should we?
Yes, please. Not really a question, just a comment again to expand your next piece of work. I'm conscious of being the parent of 4 young people, as you put it, and the interesting divide that I have in my family is the difference between those who have done higher education and those who haven't. And your sample seems to be predominantly those with the higher education part, so your next project could be the one of the non-higher education. And my guess is you would see significantly different results, especially in some of those last very sweeping sort of liberal views of integration of migrants, etc.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A good place start for you.
So I think we can conclude. Thank you very much, Lina. Thank you all for being the panel. And I'll give the floor to.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Okay. With this panel, our conference is concluded. On behalf of the Center for Research on Democracy and Law, and on behalf of the director as well. As head of operations of research of the center, I would like to thank, first and foremost, our 2 co-organizers, the Cost Action Global Atrocity Justice Constellations and its chair, Professor Michael Christensen, and of course the Institute of European Integration and Policy of the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, Professor Athens, and my counterpart and a person who offered invaluable assistance to organizing the conference, Dr. Eurofikeos. And of course, I would like to mention our undergraduate students and researchers who helped bring this conference to life. You guys stand up if you'd like. Stand up. Stand up, stand up. This was the 3rd annual conference organized by the center.
Under very difficult circumstances.
Under extremely difficult circumstances given what transpired with the Greek legislation and Greek universities. We hope to see you at least at our next biennial conference, and if not, in any of the activities that we organize in between. You have all the information for the center and also for the other 2 organizers within your programs. Thank you primarily, I guess, to all of you who, again, under extenuating circumstances, attended the conference.